So that was the one that you got third place on?
Yes, yeah, yeah. I think probably just on the strength of not because there was any discernible talent, but just on the strength of the audacity of submitting such a stupid book.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Hey, everybody! It's Gavin Doodle. It's a Thursday night. We have on special guest Nicola Slater. We've been trying to get them on for a while, not just for, the months and whatnot, but even tonight, we've been trying to get that to work, and it hasn't worked yet. And so, Gavin Doodle, we have my YouTube up there, that's Studio Hoffmann. We got Instagram, Studio Hoffmann. You can ask us anything. What I'm going to do is, Nicola's done stuff like the Leaf Thief, which is beautiful. Has done stuff like the Snow Thief, which is beautiful. Tonight I'm going to work on this one, and I'm going to see if I can get our guest in real quick before... Let's see if this works. I saw things saying, so-and-so wants to join you. And that looked a lot cooler. And I accepted. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Blink, 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 blink. I'm going to run out of energy by the end of this because I'm trying to stay upbeat about it. Okay, I don't. Nicola, I'm sorry about this. I don't know what's going on. There's something fishy going on at Meta right now. Right now. I sent an invite. So check your DMs. Check, it might come up at the top. No, it wasn't taking it for some reason. So I've sent an invite. Let's cross our fingers, cross our fingers. Last thing, if this doesn't work, we're going to do a little test run here to see if it has something to do with my account. Or if it's something that's outside of this household. So I've sent an invite. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Baby, 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 baby. I've never had this happen before. I don't know. Technology is fighting against me. Okay, Lauren, I'm going to try seeing if I can get you on. Or Mayo and Noodle. Who should I try? Okay. I'm going to try something real quick and see if this works. No, I'm inviting you. I'm just seeing. So I sent an invite. We're testing. Oh, wait a second.
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, okay, that worked.
Yes.
So it's not on our end that I can tell.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get her. That's the producer,
you
everybody.
have to reinstall the app.
Yuck.
Right? Gross.
Wait, Nicola, now that we're live here, maybe try asking to join again.
Trying on
the iPad too, but no dice. I'm going to send an invite and just see if, like, because my producer wife is on right now, maybe, just maybe.
Here. Let's show you. A little friend of mine. Hey! Oh. Okay.
Hello.
You're here. I'm out of here. Hello.
Lauren, get out of here.
But
Get out of here, Lauren.
You're on the wrong device. You're on a huge iPad, which I don't know how I'm going to suspend that to do my drawings.
Do you want to? I mean, this worked. Do you want to try logging out and logging back in on the phone and seeing if?
Yes, I did. I did restart the phone, but hang on.
I'm so sorry. This is such a technical Snafu.
Yes, I did restart the phone. So I'm now on the phone, but I am in the past.
But you're not live on the phone right now.
I don't know. I don't know which one is me anymore. Who am I? Should I stop the iPad and hope that the phone catches up?
Yes. Well,
Right.
stop the iPad and then let me invite you on the phone. Or why don't you log out of both and try logging in on the phone, and let's see if that works.
Right. Okay.
It may be because you have two accounts running at the same time, or the same account running on two different devices.
Right. Okay. I'll stop this one. If the phone doesn't work, I'll come back on here and I will make it work somehow.
Okay. Beautiful. In the meantime, I'll entertain people while we.
I was enjoying the nose up the nose.
The piggy nose
stuff. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna leave. I'll come back if it doesn't work.
Okay.
Okay. Bye.
Cross our fingers. It's just me again. It's so scary. I need to cut my hair this weekend. Don't tell anybody. Look at how shaggy it is. Okay, we're going to cross our fingers. Okay, hold on. I'm going to see if this works. Please. Please work. Please work. Oh. Please, Mr. Meta. Please, oh, please. Make this work. I do remember we had someone before where Instagram actually shut down, like Instagram total shut down, and that was a pain. But let me see if this. Instagram, please work. Instagram, please work. Don't do this to me. And now it says unable to join. Everybody, I know this is real exciting. We're going to get to some art making here. What? Yeah, or should I try letting you in first, Lauren, and then seeing? Of course I think you're the magic charm. All right, we're going to invite my wife back in. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's see. Just in case this is some magic spell that works. Okay. The producer's back.
Okay.
Oh, there's our
The
dog.
girls are back.
Okay. Now.
It's me and Squinty Magoo. Or me and Squinty McGee, that song.
Trying to let
by Janis
Trying
Joplin.
to let Nicola in. Please. Hey!
Yeah, that worked again!
I'm
Okay.
back. I'm
Okay.
still on the wrong device.
Try again.
Okay,
Okay,
so
we'll make it work.
We will make it work of some sort.
We'll make it work somehow. Let me think.
Don't worry about it yet. We'll figure this out, because I want to talk to you first before we try to manage that end of it. So first of all, welcome.
Thank you. I'm a little bit tousled now and stressed.
Same here. It's not.
Sorry
just
about that.
Well, I will say thank you for joining us. You are a star in this household. We've loved your work for a while, and we're excited that we get to have you on. And you're coming in from
Manchester, England.
So wait, what time of day is it there right now?
It's 11:30.
Okay.
And the dishwasher's going in the background. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
I don't hear it at all. Do you normally stay up this late?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So
it's
not
it's
out
fine.
of. Yeah, it's not out of range. Okay. I mean, we stay up very late, but I don't know as everybody does. But so thank you for joining us. I am, like I said, a huge fan, and I was admiring the books again recently, and I'm jealous of so many things in this book. Not only just your like shape language and the saturation and all that stuff, but I'm even jealous that you got to have this cool copper leaf
well,
on the cover, and
that has nothing to do with me. That was someone else that did that.
You know,
it's nice, isn't it? It's copper, yes.
It is to do with you because they believed in you enough to be able to put that on there. So
yes,
these are
thank you.
Huge books, and so excited to have you on. But can you give us a quick rundown for the audience who has stuck with us through the tragedy that was the technical mishaps? Can you give us a rundown on who you are and what you do?
Yes, I can. So I am Nicola Slater. I'm the illustrator of lots of books because I've been doing this for a really long time. So I don't know how many exactly, but it feels like quite a few. And I did lots and lots and lots of books, and then I did one book, which was The Leaf Thief, that everyone seemed to like, and so things have gone a bit bonkers since then. And
was it like a huge spike that happened?
Yeah, because I used to do books, and I'd go, oh brilliant, I'm going to go to the bookshop and see if I can see it on the shelf, and I never saw them again.
Yeah. Yep.
Just some of them. So it's really nice to be able to go and see you put all that hard work into a book, and then when you see it on the shelf, it's a real treat. But yes, I illustrated The Leaf Thief, written by Alice Hemings, and people seem to like it. So we did 4 of them. So all 4 are out now, one for every season.
What is it? It's a leaf, flower?
Leaf. So yeah, autumn is the leaf thief. Winter is the snow thief. Where this is going.
Yeah.
Spring is the flower thief.
Flower thief, yeah.
And then we've got the sun thief as well.
Thief. That's right. Okay. I can't remember what the summer one was. I knew the other 3, but
yes.
So those have been huge, but you've had a big career prior, and I'm assuming a even bigger career after.
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's a funny old business, isn't it? And I'm sure if you asked any illustrator, they would say, well, it's loads of work today and then nothing tomorrow, or so I've done my fair share of waitressing and doing waiting tables, working in cinemas, in between successful projects. So so it's unpredictable, to say the least.
Do you enjoy it though?
I love it. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Who wouldn't want to draw stupid pictures all day long? which is what I do. Yeah, it's great, and I mean I can't really do anything else, so it's fortuitous that I am doing this. So
good.
Yeah.
Good. So tonight we're gonna make, and we'll have to spend some time getting the camera set up for you. I know that's gonna be that's the monkey on your shoulder, or whatever that phrase is.
Yes.
But before we try that, can you tell us real quick 2 things? One, what are we using to draw with tonight? Are you on the computer? Are you?
Well, that's the tragedy. So I do most of my work on. I saw you talking with another illustrator about how nobody uses Photoshop anymore. Well, I use Photoshop.
Okay.
An iPad. I tried to use Procreate,
Yeah.
and I couldn't get to grips with it. I'm too old-fashioned. So,
Okay.
the tragedy of this is that tonight I decided I was going to do some old school painting. hence the overhead camera, which is here like this, which is a useless phone that isn't working. So I need to work out how to suspend an iPad above my head.
Okay.
But anyway, the materials I'm going to use.
Yes.
So I tend to use, when I do paint, and I don't paint very often, I use Photoshop, but it's the same principle, isn't it? You're using layers. So I tend to use gouache, the Turner gouache.
Oh.
Sometimes Holbein, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't even know if we get Turner, or I haven't seen Turner gouache over.
Oh, you haven't seen this? It's the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
As Holbein, but it's Japanese, I think. I'm not sure, but you can get that here. It's the same. It's same price. And I don't know. I was going to use some pencil crayons. What are these? Polyychromos.
Oh, that's Caran d'Ache.
Faber-Castell.
Oh, Faber-Castell. That's right.
Yeah. I've got a random pink pencil. So I like to scribble with sometimes.
Wait, is that
fluorescent.
a giant, big, thick pencil?
It's giant. Yeah, that's actual size. Oh, you have one too.
It's the same one. This is
perfect.
This one's Caran d'Ache.
Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, and it's like super fluorescent. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the same one.
And they just sell them on their own. They don't come with any friends. Just these guys. Well, and I think we should incorporate that into our drawing, as you have the same one.
You have the other colors. You have orange and yellow and green.
No, just pink.
Oh, we got to get you. We got to get you the other colors.
I thought I'd start small. Because it's too crazy for me. This fluorescent, too crazy. So yeah, and various brushes and what have you. And I've got a really nice Masterson Sta-Wet miniature Sta-Wet palette.
Ooh.
Which I got because I've been doing quite a lot of paintings on bookshop windows recently. It just keeps it all nice and moist. I've been doing some painting on bookshop windows, and it takes all day long.
Yeah.
And so I got a little portable one for that. So I'm just using that as well.
And then tonight, do you know what you're making?
No.
Okay.
I'm completely winging it.
Okay. No, totally fine. I mean, that's, to me, like, I sketched this drawing, I think, today or I think today. I don't remember. I drew it I have not really given a lot of thought of sort of how this is going to work out. And so it's a gamble every night. Yeah. And so the idea is that you have fun and we chat, and not sort of the finished product is fun if it works out, but it's not the end of the world if it doesn't. And so as you have already found out, if technical errors happen, we will try to work through them, i.e. if Instagram shuts down of some sort, we will try to manage. But I also want to be respectful of time. I know that it is very late there. Yeah. And so if at any point you say, I'm tired, or I'm tired of you, Mark, or I'm tired of this conversation, you just let us know, and we will send you off in style. And I don't know what that basically means. I turn the camera back on our faces. And then
I just do, I've been talking about this tonight, a French exit, where you just walk away.
Yep. I've heard different countries before that. I've heard an Irish exit. I've heard I think all the different ones that are out there. English exit. So it's a matter of the idea that you just leave in the middle. Leave. You can do that too, and I will not be offended.
I'm not going to do that because it was so hard to get to arrive.
We have to make it complicated on the other end. We have to have you leave and then come back for a second and then leave.
I'm going to squeeze it for all it's worth. I'm going to get my money's worth.
Getting your camera up to be able to shoot, is there a way to, like, tape it to that same mount or something of the sort? Or is it,
Um,
do you have some books or something you can set it up high so it can shoot down?
well, I'm just looking there. There's quite a few cookbooks there, so that is a good idea. What I might do is,
All you need is the camera just leaning over the edge at the right angle. And that's probably enough.
Right,
So,
give me a second, and I
yeah.
will try to fashion. I'm in the kitchen, and it's as you can see, it's half finished. The builder came and knocked down half the house and went for lunch, and they never came back. And that was 2 years ago. So we're dealing with this, but I will.
Okay, now I want to get
really
into that
good.
story.
It's a really good art wall. It's good for nailing things, and not being too precious about it.
Well,
Right.
take your time setting up. I'm going to start to just make stuff here and chat. And so that, again, there's no stress or there shouldn't, don't put stress on yourself, rather. Let's put it that way. This is about sort of having a good time as much as possible. So if it takes some time, don't worry about it. But I do want to eventually hear that story about the house stuff there. That sounds daunting.
Yeah,
And
I'll tell you all about that. Right, okay, so that's a bit too close, isn't it?
You can also zoom in and zoom out with your fingers by pinching the screen.
Right. No, that's not happening. More books. I need more books.
This is where you show your creativity. This is you think that illustrating a book is hard. Wait until you have to set up an iPad in a matter of minutes for a live show. Like I said, there's no harm in taking time to get us there.
Half a hand. Hang on.
The only thing that needs to happen, I think, right now is it's upside down. So, like, in other words, your hand was coming in from the top of the screen. So we just got to have it rotated the right way or adjacent.
Okay, hang on.
If feasible. Let's add that into the...
I'm so sorry about this.
No, this is A-okay. Like I said, there was a night where we had on Lisk Fang, the illustrator, and literally Instagram shut down across the board. It was not just like our accounts. It was the entire meta went down for the night.
Oh, really?
And so we had to reschedule, and it was an absolute pain, but it was purely because of, a random occurrence that we had a issue. So this is nothing. We're actually live. That one we couldn't get live at all. So
right. Oh, really? But it was nobody's fault, and I think probably it's probably my phone's fault for the today's mishap.
No, I don't. I'm not going to let you get away with that. It's totally not your phone's fault.
I'm going to weight this down with a tub of peanut butter.
Okay.
Right, hang on.
I'm sorry, you're all looking at me. I'll switch my camera down to my other view here.
Because it's very exciting. We've just started getting, huge vats of peanut butter in this country. I don't know when it happened. It was very recent. Because there used to be very tiny little jars before.
Yeah. I was when you said
huge.
peanut butter, we went over to Ireland, and one of the questions we had, because of my son, his sort of eating habits, and my wife, was, can we get peanut butter there? Because we had heard that it was hard to come by.
Oh, really?
And I assume it's the same thing in England or Manchester specifically, just that idea of like, it is not a everyday, you can go into any store and find it kind of situation.
Peanut butter?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty common. Yeah, we've got an embarrassment of peanut butter here. It's plentiful.
Well, now, right? But before it wasn't?
Yeah. Oh,
okay.
really? Well, no, we got just little tiny jars, and now we get these huge vats.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what changed, but
So you're getting American sizes now, where it's
exactly, yeah, American
pounds upon
sizes.
pounds of peanut butter.
Yes, which I'm grateful for because it, you know, it goes very quickly. But now it's weighting down the iPad. So can you see my entire page if I do that?
Let me try zooming out on the screen. So try pinching if you can.
I did try that, but it didn't budge.
Well,
Oh, there goes the peanut butter.
sorry.
Camera, hang on. No. Hang on.
Okay, well, I'm looking to see how big the stage is comparatively. So if you pinch your section of the screen that's not doing anything.
In the bit where the image is.
Yeah. That's not okay. So then it's a matter of, again, we can work with it. It's a matter of you know, if you go real big on the page, that might be a little hard to get it all on there, but we'll do our best.
I need a bit more height. Hang on. I'm using my entire cookbook collection.
This is what it's good for, right?
Yeah. This is why I bought them all.
Yeah. One day you're gonna need all of these for that.
Okay, how does that look? Because I can't see the screen at all now.
That looks good. You're sideways, but it's fine. I think we leave it at that.
I'm sideways.
No,
Of course I am.
It's at 90 degrees.
Okay, so does I'm still sideways?
Yeah, still sideways. I think it's a just angle it towards there, and as long as we get the stage, then we're gonna be good.
How's that?
That looks good. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
We did it. We did it.
Yes.
Okay.
So I can't see anything. I'll just.
That's okay. I can track stuff on this end. If something happens, I'll let you know.
Okay.
But I think we are as good as we're going to get without having to pull hairs out for the rest of the night.
You're never gonna invite me ever again, are you?
Oh, I will, but I'll send you a phone holder or an iPad holder.
I need an industrial winch.
Yes, we will find something that will make it easier for you. But
you know the other problem I have now is I'm left-handed, and these books are right there, so I might have to move it around a little bit.
Okay. We'll try. Holler if you need to move. Again, this is meant to be. It's not meant to be a fancy production that we do here. This is meant to be a chat.
It won't be.
So now that we have you drawing and you're starting to sketch, the question that I'm gonna ask for one little favor. I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask for one little favor. Is there a way to move the surface that you're drawing on, if it's a sketchbook? I think if you're left-handed, to the left a little.
Here.
Let me see real quick. Where are you drawing? Draw in the center of your frame real quick. Yes. Much better. It shifted, I think, in some process. The camera did. Okay.
Well, let me. Is that better?
I believe so.
I'm creating a kind of what was that? What were those films with the stairs? The Busby Berkeley, was it? You know,
yes.
Stairs, and I'm creating a kind of reverse set piece here with okay, and then the peanut butter goes on top, and we're all right. Is that okay?
Put your hand. Yeah, that looks great. Perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're right in the center of the shot, so I think we're good. Okay,
brilliant.
so
So,
what I need from you as we start is to tell me. I feel like first of all, we haven't really had a chance to just be like, hey, it's been
no, we've
nonstop
just been
chaos.
kind of
Yeah,
clutching our
clutching our
clutching our
pearls and
pearls
yeah.
and worrying, and yeah,
So
we haven't even said hello.
so
Hello.
yeah. Hi, my name's Mark. What's your name?
My name's Nicola. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm so honoured that you've asked me to ruin your evening. Um,
No, this is great. So here's the thing that I would add into this is there are many of these gabadoodles where my wife will mention them and I'll be like, I don't remember. There's been so many of them that they
yeah.
don't all register. This one is going to register. And to me,
Yeah.
that's a good thing.
For,
Like I'm
for
always
all
going
the
to
wrong
remember this
reasons.
one. And
Yeah.
anytime someone says, "Hey, I'm really struggling," be like, "Well, wait until you hear this. Here's a tale for you." So, but what I want to hear from you right from the beginning is just give me a little background, not just that you do picture books, but like tell me a little bit of your history of, growing up. Did you have a lot of books in your life? Did you know art was the thing? Sort of give me a little
Yeah.
background.
Yeah, a little background. Okay. Well, so growing up, my family, I had a family of everyone. My granddad, my dad, my uncle, they were all creative in some way. My granddad was a cartoonist, and my uncle was a painter, and my dad does cartoons. So I was always around people drawing and creating and making stuff.
Yeah.
And so so then one day I defaced one of my dad's albums, um, his vinyl, his beloved vinyl, and I drew all over it, and they were like, "Oh, that's pretty good. You're quite good." So as soon as someone tells you that, you go, "Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do," and it's all around me, and why not? So
Yeah.
it kind of, I listen to a lot of illustrators, and they always have these really interesting stories about how they eventually sort of got into what they were doing, and I don't really have any of those. I just kind of always just thought that's what I'm going to do, and there was no question. And I understood that I might not be able to do it for a living, but I just always knew that I would do it.
Yeah, in some
Um,
capacity, it was going to
in
be part
some
of your life.
capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah, and whether it was just for a hobby or whatever, that's how it was. Sorry, I should reach across here. And then so yeah, so do you want the from the day one, or
Yeah.
how long have we got?
Yeah. When you first opened your eyes to this world,
Yeah.
what did you? No, I think. I mean, I'm wondering in the sense of like some people come to art in a very different um, experience. Like some people, it's their first. Like they just knew from the beginning. Other folks, it took some time, or they went to school for something else, and then
Yeah.
they come to it later in life, or whatever it may be. And so I'm just sort of wondering that sort of. Like was it in the cards from the beginning for you? Was this something that you always knew? And it sounds to me like yes, it was based on
Yeah.
that sort of conversation. But how old were you when that sort of
When I'm having those thoughts, really young, really, really young. And I remember being in the infants. So you're about, what would you be, 6, 7, 6,
Okay.
7?
Yeah.
And just, I think I drew a really good walrus.
Okay.
And again, people come in with all these compliments, and so when someone sort of compliments you and says, "That's great," you want to do more, you want to keep going, and so I just kept going, and I don't know. I don't know whether I'm any better or any worse than anybody else, but it's kind of not about that, is it? It's about I just have a sort of need to create, and I find it I go into a sort of, you know, people talk about this, but you go into a kind of flow state, so it's an enjoyable thing as well for me.
But you distinctly remember that walrus as like a turning point, or a I don't know, a marker for what was to become.
Yeah, I guess so. Because it's like, you know, it's like getting the applause, isn't it? You sort of you get the praise, and but yeah. So the walrus, that was it. I've never drawn a walrus since. Perhaps I should try it. It'd probably be really crap.
You have an opportunity tonight to dive into a little whiskered fellow. Well, it's funny that you bring that up, in the sense of like that you have a specific piece, because I have a thing that now that you mentioned that is like, it was a little clay shoe that I made in second grade, and I remember that being the moment where I was like, I got praise for it. Yeah. And it meant something at that time, like, oh, this is maybe a direction or something that I should put more time and effort into. And so that idea of like that it's not a person or a specific experience, that it's almost a piece of artwork that sort of changed that for you, is probably more universal than what I would have imagined.
Yeah. And yeah, sorry, go on.
No, please go ahead, please.
Yeah, and so then I just kind of, you know, like I said, I'm not very good at anything else, but you know, I was all right. But I didn't want to do anything else. I just wanted to be in art class all the time. So then I, you know, left school. You know, and after having impressed everyone with my walrus, and you know,
you staked your claim to fame right there with that walrus, and time to move on.
Yeah, no one's ever
never going uphill from that.
Yeah, no one's ever managed to do a better walrus ever since. I've got a plaque on the wall and everything. So yeah, it was just natural. I just went, right, I'll go to art school then, and I applied for the best art school in the country, and got rejected. So I kind of set my sights a little bit too high, which was it's called Central St Martin's. And I think it's better known for sort of fashion and things like that, but it had an illustration course. And the guy that interviewed me had he looked a bit like a walrus, actually. He had a huge sort of handlebar mustache. And
he's just like, there's one good piece in your portfolio that I love.
Yeah.
The rest of them I can do without, but that piece.
Yeah, but it's not enough. You're still not coming in. Yeah. So then I took some time out, and I got a job as a graphic designer, because I saw it advertised and they gave me the job for some reason, and that's where I learned how to use a Mac. Because we were using this sort of primitive. They were beige, weren't they? I don't know what their names were, but they were beige in color, and they were black and white. Beforehand. Yeah. And so I did that for a year, and then I went back to college, and I did an illustration course in Buckinghamshire, at that college there. And it was good. It was we had some really good visiting illustrators. We had David Shrigley came in. Do you know David Shrigley?
I know David Shrigley, yes.
Yeah.
He's one of those people that when I tell students, like, you don't have to be serious and you don't have to play by the rules all the time. David Shrigley's the person I point to, because his work is so weird and unconventional.
Yes.
For illustration.
It's funny you should say that, because, you know, before that, it's really hard, isn't it? When you're starting out, it's really hard to know who to be and what you are.
Yeah.
And it's years, doesn't it? And sometimes, you know, you never arrive there, and sometimes you do, and sometimes it changes. But he when he visited, that was a real turning point, because that's when I realized that, you know, I went into the whole thing sort of feeling a little bit on the back foot. I was from the north of England, and I was going down to the south and down to the big city. You know, Buckinghamshire was near London, and I assumed that everything was really serious everywhere. And then he showed up and said, "No, it's not serious. You can just carry on being stupid like you were before, and you don't have to take yourself too seriously." And that was really invaluable, and my work changed after that. I was trying to be something I wasn't before that, and so I kind of relaxed into, I don't know what you call goofiness. I call it stupid. Stupidity.
It's stupid's an okay term as long as it's done or said in a loving manner. I say my stuff is idiot stuff all the time, or stupid, or dumb, but I didn't want to say that about someone else's work, so I wouldn't ever say. I would say goofy about someone else's work.
I would never say it about anybody else's work apart from my own. My work's really stupid, I mean, it could be more stupid, because you know, working in publishing, you can be quite silly, but there are certain constraints. You can't always you can't go too left field, because you know,
sales.
There are children reading these things.
Yes. They I will say that I'm always impressed, though, that when I look at Kidlit, that when I see stuff from Europe in particular, there is a sense of not caring as much about the, like, following the script of what's safe for kids, or not necessarily safe, but what's palatable. There's oftentimes a little bit more sort of avant-garde or different approaches that come with that, and some of that is, you know, it's a smaller publisher, and so they can be a little bit more freewheeling with sort of what they do. But so did you know from the beginning that you wanted to be an illustrator? Because you mentioned that they had illustration classes at the first school. Was that so it was a course which was graphic design, illustration, and advertising. Okay.
So in the first year I had to do a bit of everything, and in the first year I had to do advertising, which was bizarre. You know, I got my pinstripe suit on, and you know, that was the time to be serious. I wasn't very good at it. I wasn't good at you know, coming up with concepts and things like that, but I had to kind of learn a certain amount. And then in the second and third year you specialized, and you could go off and do your paintings and your drawings then. And so it was a funny course, because it was two groups of very different people on the course. And I was friends with them all, but you know, you're doing two completely different things. You know, advertising is very different to the solitary illustrator. But I sort of learned some things that I wouldn't have known otherwise. But I have noticed that adverts aren't as good as they used to be. I don't know why that is. There used to be some really clever adverts, and they seem to be. I don't know what it's like there, but in this country, everyone's just dancing. Everyone's dancing in the adverts.
Okay, no, I get it. It's I mean, I don't think you guys get the like prescription drug ads that we do in the States.
No, I don't think so.
There's lots of people walking through a park or next to a lake, and so it becomes a formula
Are they
And
dancing too, or?
sometimes there is dancing. Yes, it's like a
Yeah,
couple
it should
dancing,
be.
and it says, talk to your doctor about this medication. So when you say that, it does ring a bell in some
Yeah,
capacity. um,
yeah. It's
it's known to work, so they just rely on it and they don't try anything new. I mean, the same thing could be said for kids' books too. That there are publishers that sort of just do the same thing every time, because
yeah. There's
they
a
know it works.
formula, isn't there? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
But it's really boring, though, isn't it? You know, I,
I mean,
I
in my opinion, it's boring. I'd rather have the fun, weird advertisements and the fun, weird books and things of the sort. But
yeah,
I also know that, as being in the industry, sometimes you have to do some typical things to just get paid to survive.
you do. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
But sometimes, yeah, you do that stuff, and then that allows you to do the other stuff.
yeah,
Sometimes,
it gives you
doesn't
the
it?
freedom because you have a paycheck at
Yeah,
that point, and
yeah.
now you can actually go out and play. Um,
Yes.
so tell me a little bit about sort of getting into the publishing side of things. As far as was it? I know it's not easy, but was it a transition that you kind of knew how to circumnavigate, or was it something that you had to sort of figure out on your own? Like, were those instructors that you had, did they do any sort of coursework that would have taught you some of the things you needed to know looking back?
No. Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's unfair. It was a very good course, but it wasn't necessarily focused on picture book illustration.
Okay.
I think there are courses that do focus on picture book illustration. I can't tell you which, but they do. But the thing that got me into picture books, actually, or got me thinking about picture books, because before that I just used to draw lots and lots of pictures of Marlon Brando. I don't know why, but he featured in a lot of my work. So
Why? Wait, why?
I don't know. He just seemed to pop up every now and again, and
Was it him or a person that looked like him?
it was me drawing him. I would draw him. I don't know. I was just fascinated by his face, so he appeared a lot in my work. But that's quite limiting, isn't it? You can't, you go out with a portfolio full of
Yeah.
Marlon Brando.
The-
No one's going to give you any work.
I just wasn't expecting that name to pop up when you said I drew.
No.
I was thinking you were going to say like a bunch of characters.
No,
or
Marlon
something of
Brando.
that sort, but
Yeah.
no, Marlon Brando. Okay. Now wait a second. Did you have a crush on Marlon Brando?
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. It just was sort of granite-like, wasn't he? And I don't know. I kind of I don't know. I don't want to get too deep, but I kind of the way I mean I don't paint a lot. This is why it's taken me such a long time to do the simplest of things here. But I think when I make my books and they're on Photoshop, I kind of work in shapes, and I work in I do a shape, and then I kind of chisel away at it in a way like a sculptor. So I don't know. He looked like he was made out of granite, so maybe that's it.
Was there an era of him that was more preferred, like when he was real young, or
when he was really, really old and full of liver spots?
So definitely a crush.
Kind of stuck in his bedroom. Yeah.
Is one of those books holding up your phone right now a retrospective of Marlon Brando?
Yeah, it's the full coffee table compendium of Marlon Brando liver spots. I don't know. So anyway, going back to what I was saying, let's forget about that. Let's forget about that. So there was in the UK. Do you know Macmillan, the publisher?
Yep.
They run a competition called the Macmillan. I can't remember what it's. The Macmillan book prize, maybe. They run a competition where you write and illustrate a picture book and submit it, and then they get an esteemed panel of judges, and you get a first, second, and third place. And I think the first place gets the book published, possibly. I might be wrong now. That's what it was back when I did it. And then I think, I don't know what it... Anyway, so I entered that and I came third. I don't think I got a prize. I can't remember. Maybe I got a packet of sweets or something. I don't know. And I got to, and so you got invited to London to go to a ceremony and all that. And I think it was there, and I met lots of publishing folks and loads of nice people when I did that. And I think it was there that I realised what, you know, this I like doing this, and I feel comfortable doing this. Yeah. And I got it because I thought you might ask about that, you know, the first sort of picture book that I ever did. Okay. And I found it the other day because I did a talk for some in Liverpool for some aspiring illustrators, and they wanted to see some of my past things. And so this was what I entered the. Can you see that?
Yep.
I entered the competition with a book called Mr. Sausage Ears, and it was about a man with sausages for ears, and someone steals his mashed potato, hence all the mashers everywhere. And I'm just having the realization now that that's quite sort of it mirrors the leaf thief in a way, doesn't it? In that, you know,
stealing of and
the stealing of the mash, the stealing of the leaves. So that's quite a nice little circle that we've closed there. But yeah, I was thinking of it because I used paper cut because I didn't have the confidence to actually commit to anything, and I really liked it, and I used paper cut for a long time after that, actually, because it's like a physical Photoshop, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it,
so anyway,
so you were even mentioning that idea of like you can't be too weird, and yet you just showed a a guy with sausage for ears.
Yes, really weird.
Yeah, it's I mean, that's the type of book that if I saw that on the shelf,
yeah,
I would go after a book like that because I like the weird books.
Yeah.
But I also think just the idea of like the name, the title is like I got to find out more about why this person has sausage for ears.
Yeah.
And like there's something that's fun and unique about that. So that was the one that you got third place on?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think probably just on the strength of not because there was any discernible talent, but just on the strength of the audacity of submitting such a stupid book.
You're undercutting yourself hard there.
Yeah.
I'm feeling that maybe that's more likely that got you, or at least in my mind, that would have gotten you into the running just because of the audacity, not that you didn't get first because it wasn't good enough, but the other way around.
Yeah, but I don't know who the judges were. And then, so, but then I didn't immediately go into it. I sort of did that and then forgot about it. And then it's not till later that I came back to it after trying my hand at advertising and things like that. Because so then I got a job in a cinema in Leicester Square. One of the, the really old one at the top where all the old movie stars used to go. And I was working there and sort of lugging my portfolio around London, pestering people. And then I got this chance came up to illustrate they had everyone pitch to illustrate a campaign for Eurostar. And then I got that, which I wasn't expecting. And so the next thing was my paintings on buses and on the underground and all over London. And I think they did a TV advert, you know, and I was 20?
Okay. Yeah.
And, you know, I remember sitting in Leicester Square and these buses going past with my drawing on it. And it was really unreal. And I thought, yeah, this is it. And then nothing. So it kind of, you know, it comes and it goes, and your fortunes are, you know,
You had to go and
unknowable.
turn that Lamborghini that you already bought, and
Yeah, I had to take it back, unfortunately. But yeah, and so for a few years I was waiting tables and things like that, and then I just kind of started doing a few bits and bobs for myself and showing them to people, and got back into picture books that way, just showing my work to people, and some very clever people and the publishers putting 2 and 2 together and going, actually, this would be really great for this text that we've got. So yeah, it just started from there, and I've been at it since then.
have you ever broached the going back into Mr. Sausage Ears? And
Yeah. Well, do you know, people do sort of ask me, and they, you know, and when will you do? When will we see Mr. Sausage Ears on the shelves? But no, I don't think, since understanding the publishing, you know how picture books work, I cannot fathom how I would make that into a book now. It doesn't make any sense. It used to make sense when I was making it, and I stayed up very late to do that, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't know, maybe one day we'll rework it and see what happens, but
I won't
no
ditch it
plans.
completely. At some point, you're gonna go like, "Oh, there's this one thing that I found that makes it all make sense," or this like trick that's gonna be like, "Oh, it just needed this extra character. It needed, you know, Captain Beans, and so it's sausage and beans and toast and mash and all that stuff that makes it all connect." And everybody goes, "Oh, okay, this is the the no-brainer now. This is meant to be."
But I don't know. Who wants a book about sausages? I mean, really, I don't know. I mean, you said you'd go for it, but I mean,
yeah,
maybe.
I would absolutely love a book about someone who has sausage ears. So, but am I enough of a buying audience? That really is what it comes down to. I can only buy so many of those books.
Thing. Yeah. You know, what publisher would publish a book for the one person? I don't know. Maybe not.
At some point. But you've
got a really impressive collection, though. I saw on one of your videos. I've been watching. I sometimes watch your the Gab and Doodles while I'm cooking. And it's really nice sort of distraction. I always burn the food because I'm too busy looking at what everyone's painting. So,
well, thank you.
I saw your collection of books. It's very impressive.
The collection is growing. I mean, since we filmed that, we've probably added another 40 to 50 books, is my guess.
Really?
Like we just went out this last weekend to 2 different. Was it this last weekend? Maybe the last 2 weekends. And I think we've gotten at least 8 to 10 books, something like that. After 2 weekends, and then of course Christmas is coming up, and I can guarantee that between my wife and I that we probably will have at least 4 or 5 more books coming in, and so it's just this constant like adding to. In that case,
have you got some nice bookshops where you are?
Not in my town. my town is actually pretty bad for that. But about 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes away, there are a couple of really wonderful bookstores. So we end up traveling to bookstores versus relying on what's close by.
Yeah.
And so we do have like I don't know if you know the bookstore named Barnes and Noble.
Yeah.
It's, a big chain store. One of those is literally just like 5 minutes away from our house. But I
Okay.
shop at stores like that. It's all independent bookstores
Yeah.
as much as possible. And so
Yes.
we have to travel a ways to get to one, but it's okay because they care.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the same for you, but like walking into a bookstore where they know you and they go like,
Yeah.
"Hey, how you doing?" And
Yeah.
we can.
It's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need to reach out. There's one that I don't have one near me, but there's one a couple of towns away, and it changed hands last year, and so I keep meaning to reach out to them. But I go to one in Liverpool quite a lot, and it's really nice. I go every year. And paint their windows, and it's just, we take up where we left off, and
Yep.
and they go, oh, hi, you all right, do you want a cup of, they know how I take my tea and everything, so it makes a big difference. Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know if that's like an illustrator author thing or if that's just a like small shop thing. But
Yeah.
I think that pretty much everybody should just, like, if you have a bookstore that you like to go to, like, go talk to the people that own it and just say,
Yeah.
hey, I'd love to chat with you about sort of your business, because those things makes a huge difference. I mean, the amount of press they've given me, or the amount of like opportunity that's been provided
Yeah.
of just knowing a face is so
Yeah.
huge that, when you walk in and they go, oh, we have the perfect book for you. Or,
Yes. Yeah.
those kind of sentiments I think are so huge. So
And they have they have such vast knowledge about everything as well.
yes.
And they know who all the publishers are, and everyone who's there, and how it all works, and it's quite an incredible machine. And the independent bookshops, there's a real network. Everyone knows everyone, and I think people do value that. I think, I see a lot of it here anyway. But yeah, it's so funny when you spend a lot of time there. The people that come in and bother the bookshop, people that work in the, people come in and bother them all day long, but it's, I mean that in the best possible way.
Yeah.
Bothering.
The word bother. That's
Yeah. But they're just sort of, eccentric locals, and they know that, in the bookshop they can come in and have a natter, and and just sort of pester everyone, and nobody minds, because everyone's happy. It's a happy place, the bookshop. Yeah.
Do you, with the bookshops, is there one that like is nearby that you I mean, you said that they changed hands, but one that like, this is the one that everybody needs to go to because it's the best bookshop in Manchester?
Well, it's difficult. There aren't a huge amount. They're sort of all dotted all over the place, and the independent ones anyway. So you'd have to travel to them, but definitely the one in Liverpool, I really like. It's in Crosby, which is where the famous, I don't know if you, what's he called? Anthony Gormley statues are on the beach there, and they're these sort of iron statues of people, and they kind of disappear into the tide and then appear again. And
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a beautiful place, and it's also known for its red squirrels. It's got a red squirrel area where they all live, because they're kind of rare now as well. But yeah, I go and see them. But to be honest, at the moment, I'm trying to sound like I'm out and about meeting people, but at the moment, I don't leave the house very often, because I'm pretty busy at the moment. But I do want to do more of that. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I think that's the life of an illustrator, is that we sit around and don't do much on a regular basis because we are, trying to meet deadlines or what.
Yeah.
So that's, I think, not too far off from any statement that I could make about my life as well.
Yeah.
That we
Yeah.
hunker down and get deadlines done, or just life in general, having to get life done.
Yes.
The
Right. Yeah.
thinking about that idea of painting stores. I want to go back to that for a second, in the sense that I haven't done a lot of that in my career, but I know that there's a lot of folks that's sort of a big what do I want to say, like, not breadwinner obviously, but that there's a lot to be done there that can make you more visible. And
Yeah.
is that something that they reach out to you, or do you reach out to them in those situations and say, hey, I see you have a window, how would you like that painted today?
Yes. They sort of, it became, the window painting thing became a kind of a thing after the pandemic, or during the pandemic. I got asked to do a window. I did a book called Jonathan the Magic Pony.
Okay.
And I can't remember who asked me. I think the publisher said, the whole country's in lockdown. Do you want to go to a bookshop in the city centre and paint Jonathan on the window? There's no one around. And I said, yeah, all right, okay. So I went and painted that. But yeah, the publisher arranges it usually. I've never walked into a bookshop and said, can I come and paint on your window? Because they probably, send me on my way. But yeah, I only recently sort of realised that people get paid to do these things, sometimes, not to paint windows, but to do school visits and things like that, and library visits. But up until now, I've just been kind of doing it just because, and because there are quite a few areas that don't have access to the people to see, artists and illustrators, and
For the fun.
so I kind of just go, and I go to there's a really nice lady I know called Jenny, and she's in charge of the libraries in an area not nearby, and I always go and spend time there, because I just know how much value the community takes from meeting authors and illustrators, and so I do a little bit of that, but not an awful amount. Some of the authors I work with are constantly in the schools and constantly visiting libraries, schools, and bookshops, and which is great. But I just, at the moment, I don't have enough time, and so I think in the future I'd like to make some more time to be face to face with people, because there's not enough of that, I don't think.
I wonder, when
Solitary.
you getting the offer to paint the window the first time during the pandemic, and I don't know, but my thought is, I wonder if that had anything to do with the fact that people were, like, in other words, for advertisement, people couldn't really go into stores in the same capacity, or were not, but they could go window shop.
Yes.
That idea of, like, just getting something in front of them in some capacity was the important aspect of it. And so, essentially a giant billboard for something that then they could go look up online, or they could go see in some other capacity. I never really thought about it in that sort of avenue of the window shopping aspect during the pandemic. That makes
I think that's probably what happened. I've never thought about it too deeply either, but I think you're right, probably, because it didn't really happen before that, I don't think.
Well, I mean, there are places that I've seen it happen, but not in the same capacity. Like, I've heard about it a lot more since And so comes a, like, what did it first? Was it the pandemic? Was it the, did that bring forth this new vested interest in sort of art of sorts?
Yeah.
What I have to ask, because you had that little travel thing, the Sta-Wet palette.
Yeah.
Were you painting with gouache on the window?
Yes.
That must have been expensive.
Yeah, you can eke it out a little bit, but yeah, that's because and if there are any illustrators ever watch this and they've got a better idea, I'd like to hear it, because I spent weeks and weeks and weeks before I did the windows at first, practicing on my windows.
Okay.
I used everything known to man, and I couldn't make it work. It just kept, every time I put something on top of something else, it kept bringing it up off the windows. So I don't know whether it's my windows or whether I just couldn't find the right medium. But the best thing that I found was gouache, acrylic gouache, to stay on. Yeah.
The only reason why I question it is just because it's a expensive medium. Like you don't buy giant tubes of it all that often.
No.
So
the window I did wasn't especially I was drawing elves on the window, so they're quite little elves, so I kind of got away with it. And I have used Posca pens in the past when I had to draw huge dinosaurs on a window once, and it covered the entire. I had the dinosaur going all the way across the window and its tail curling up at the back. And I used the big giant Posca sort of bingo markers to do that.
Yeah.
But again, I don't have a clue what I'm doing. So if anyone's got any good ideas, I'd like to hear them. But I don't know. I feel like I kind of muddle my way through everything. And you would think after, I think I've been doing this for 30 years now. I just kind of muddle my way through and hope for the best.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the club.
I hope that everyone else is like that, because it would be really, really poor if it was just me. But
the amount of and I know that probably people already know this in some capacity, but the amount of just winging it and trying to figure stuff out on the fly that illustrators or freelancers have to do is shocking sometimes. I mean,
yes.
I don't know about you, but just the idea of like what I gained in school, I did not pick up on every little nuance of business and the things that you would probably want nowadays, where you're like, well, what's the best way to approach an agent and that kind of stuff. I just didn't either get it or I didn't listen to it in some way. And so then when I got out, it was a lot of me going, okay, what do I do? And asking friends and, crossing my fingers, crossing my toes, all that kind of business on a daily basis.
And was this back before Instagram and all this kind of, where you've got a community of people sharing, know-how?
This was way before that. This is back when it wasn't social media of any sort, and so it was, you rely on friends to kind of relay as best they can, sort of their experiences, and hopefully you listen to them and understand sort of. Or find a way to translate it into your own work.
And hope that they know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, at that point, if someone had gotten a job in freelance, I would have listened because I was so new to all of it anyways. You know what I mean? Like, they were at least a step ahead of me, even if they weren't very far into that race. They were a little further down that road than I was. So was there when you were sort of starting out, did you have a cohort of people that you chatted with, or was that? You know, did you have people from school that you were still connected with, or was it?
Yeah, but they didn't have any good advice. They were all drunk.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. Yeah. Yes, yeah, yes and no. But I mean, it was just you could, you didn't have the benefit of, now you have got all this wealth of experience and knowledge on places like Instagram or wherever else people are sharing their work.
Yeah.
And on the one hand, that must be really valuable for people starting out to to see those markers and use them on your way. But sometimes I personally get a little bit sort of, I don't look at Instagram a lot because I kind of get a bit panicky when I do. Just a bit sort of panicky and kind of like, am I doing the right thing? So, and start to doubt myself. So you've got to kind of be sensible about it. But I think in the main, the fact that you can see people's work everywhere with ease now is, I think, a really good thing. Yeah.
There's so many podcasts and things that relay information.
Yeah,
Matter.
and it's invaluable because you learn from watching other people do, don't you? So to see all, people constantly sort of sharing themselves drawing things and the work that you're doing, doing these little chats, people get a lot out of it, don't they?
I hope so. Otherwise, I've wasted my time for the last 4 years. No, I do think that there's like the access side of things has become so rich for those that are new to it, that obviously I'm glad that I went through the process that I went through, and I'm sure that in a sense you could probably say the same.
Yeah.
But I know I would have a very different take on things had I had as much access as people do now back then. I think my approach would be very different on certain aspects of my career. I may not even be doing the same thing for all I know, because of that sort of desire to learn professional practice and learn the business now. I just didn't know at the time, and it's more prevalent out there for people paying attention to it. So now, obviously, you've spent time making and doing all this stuff in school, but also outside of school. Is there one thing that you learned outside of school that or outside of education proper, that you're like, oh man, no one ever taught me this, but this was the thing that I wish I had distinctly while I was in school, for that same argument of like, the sooner you get it, the sooner you pick up on those skills or what have you?
Oh, that's a really good question, and I'm not sure if I can answer it.
That's fine.
Oh, let me think. That's a thinker, that one, isn't it? Oh, let me think. What did I learn?
Like, I think, as an example for me, one of the things that I don't think I picked up on when I was in school, and probably should have, or should have paid more attention to, was being more connected to other people. And so, like, when I was in school, the idea of networking meant you only network with, an agent or an art director or what have you. But the amount of times work has come from other people that are in the industry, or knowledge, all of that. I was so shy when I was in school that I didn't pay attention to that side of things until it was a little late for that sort of.
Right, and then since then you've started to do that more, and you got a lot out of it.
I became much more social and became a much friendlier person.
Right. I mean, that is the danger, isn't it, with illustrators? that, you know, it is quite a solitary thing. I did
Oh, yes.
try getting a studio once, but it was so Victorian and cold that I never went. So I gave it up. No, you're absolutely right. I recently went to there's an organization that gets northern illustrators together now. And because, you know, for a long time it was quite sort of London centric.
Yeah.
And so they get northern illustrators together. And I went to a bar in town, and I met all these illustrators, and it was a revelation. It was so nice to talk to them and kind of find out what they were doing, and it kind of, if anything else, it just kind of puts a fire underneath you to kind of stop doing the tired, or, you know, try something different.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well, just to see someone else doing something in that career that you are aiming towards, and having someone sort of pushing you forward, I think is such a huge factor. Like the idea of having someone that can sit there and say, you know, what you're doing needs more work, even though to some people that might be threatening. You know, if you've been through crits, or you haven't been through the experience of those kind of environments.
Oh, it's hard to take, isn't it? It's really hard.
Yeah.
But you get used to it. It's like a muscle, isn't it?
You build up a thick skin.
Yeah.
A walrus thick skin that you can rely on later in life.
Yes.
Are you someone who likes a crit? Do you like?
Yeah, I like feedback. Because I don't always see the wood for the trees sometimes, so I find it really valuable to have. Oh, there goes the dishwasher. Sorry.
That's okay.
I find it really valuable to have good quality feedback. And you find, if you know, when you're working with good editors, good designers, you get, you know, I think the aim of it, you know, is to make the best book that you can, but also to, you know, to speed things up as well, you know, to kind of keep the momentum going. So, you know, sometimes I will miss something really obvious. So it's, you know, those partnerships that you're talking about, you know, whether it's with, in a professional capacity, or if it's, you know, a mate of yours, and you're just chatting about work, you know, that feedback is really important, isn't it? Because sometimes you can get lost in yourself. You know,
I can get lost and think I'm perfect. Like there's nothing needed for any of my work because it's wonderful. And then having someone that sits there and goes, well, have you thought about this? And you go, oh, that's better. You know,
and the other way around as well. Sometimes you can sit there and get lost in yourself, thinking, oh, I can't do this. This person can do it better than me. You know, I can't even open, you know, the internet today because it's all so dreadful. And sometimes it takes someone to go, yeah, no, you're doing good, you're doing great, and you know, carry on that track. And so yeah, it works both ways, doesn't it? Yeah.
I do a lot of mentorships with people, and one of the things that I think shows up a lot is that argument of, well, I'm not ready because it's not good enough. And it's always a comparison. It's never a comparison against themselves. It's always a comparison against some outside entity. And you're never going to be as good as the person who has been doing it for years. Or you're never going
to produce the same work as the next person. And I think it's, you know, it took me a long time to realize that. And I used to be completely paralyzed with procrastination because I'm a bit like a sponge. I take in everything but retain nothing. So I take it all in, and then I instantly forget it. But at the, you know, you look around, you go to an art gallery, and you know, the times that I've come back and gone, oh, I can't draw like Kandinsky, you know, and give myself a really hard time. And So
is there
yeah.
artists that you look at right now you're like, oh, like I can name quite a few artists I look at and I go, oh, I cherish everything they do, almost to a point where it is detrimental to me.
Yes.
And I'm wondering, are there artists, like I could name people where it's that I think they're just so smart with what they do, and it's not
Yeah.
that I'm not smart with mine, but I get caught up in that with the artists that I love. Are there
Yeah.
artists that you look at that you
There are
judge
so
yourself?
many. Yeah. Everyone else. Yeah. I love, if you see a piece of work and you love it, you kind of you almost want to possess it, don't you? You almost want to go, wow, I want that. I want to sort of possess that. And, but I think it's important to recognize that and then go, no, you're doing you. Sometimes you're influenced, aren't you? And you can incorporate that into your work. But yeah, I mean, you did the thing with Felicita,
Oh yes.
and I absolutely adore her work. And I look at her work and go, maybe I should try doing watercolors, but I know that's not my thing. It's not me. And so, yeah, I think it takes a lot to put that aside and just appreciate someone else's work just as it is.
Seeing her make one that she did on my show, there was a thing that she did with the watercolor, and this, I don't even know if anybody picked up on it in the same way or cares about it as much as I do, but there was a thing she did with a sleeve on it.
With a
drawing on
what? A sleeve.
It was a sleeve on one of the characters, and it was so smart and
Yeah.
so beautiful. And I'm like, I just don't think that way. And I just, it was me like the next day being like, okay, I got to figure out how to do this. I got to figure out how to make that decision. And I'm sure there are things that I do that's different than her that, one, I would probably never be able to replicate in the first place, but also things that I do that she might be asking that same question of
Exactly,
like, oh, why, how did he do that? Or why did he do that? Or those kind of variables. And what she did was just like mind bending to me. And it was so simple. It was such a simple thing. And, but yeah, you're right. We get caught up in those, like, the looking at your heroes too closely, I think is a dangerous thing for any illustrator, because you can get so enamored with something that potentially is always going to be a step ahead of you.
It's always going to be out of reach because it's not you, it's not your thing. I mean, she probably did the sleeve and didn't even think about it.
Yeah, that's even more disheartening to me, because now I'm thinking, hey, she didn't even care. That good?
She's not even putting any effort in at all.
Well, it's especially, and I don't know if you get the same thing. Like, I look at the squirrels and stuff in the leaf thief and some of the work that you have, and there's like little nuances that are so great. And like, I know that, you're working digitally, so there's the opportunity of editing and going back and whatnot, but there's things where like just the stroke of brush, like if I'm looking at this one of the squirrel that's on the birdhouse, I know you can't see it, but
I can't see
that's
anything.
for the little tufts, the ears and the tufts and things, they're sticking off the top, and just the gesture of that and the roughness of it. Or like in this where there's the little bird holding the bowling for beginners, and it says, "What is the matter?" Little texture of blue that runs around the edge is so smart in the layering of color. And it's not the way that I would go about it, not because I don't like it, but just my brain doesn't work in the same.
It just wouldn't have occurred to you.
Yeah. So I look at that and I think like, oh man, that is absolute genius. And in reality, it's not.
No, exactly. That's just the way I did it. And there's a lot to be said for not thinking, isn't there? And just doing. This is what I'm doing here. I am just literally, I don't know, I've made a Handsy gherkin, I think. I don't know.
That's right there. That's if my wife needs another title, if this changes a bit, because she always grabs a title
Yeah.
off of these to put on like the YouTube and want a Handsy gherkin.
Handsy gherkin.
Is one of those phrases that, like, yeah, you don't know at the beginning that that's going to be a phrase that's uttered during this.
That's the one, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, so someone mentioned at the top, what was it? It's probably still there. An embarrassment of peanut butter. Was it?
Yeah.
It's like
Not something
just
you
these
say
phrases
often.
that come out in natural conversation.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about sort of your, like, Kidlit has become the thing for you, but are you doing other stuff that, you mentioned the, like, having a waitress and things of the sort, and I always
Yeah.
am a big advocate for the idea that we don't downplay in any shape or form people's ability to make it as a full-timer, or
Right.
that it's okay if you have to have a day job. It's okay if you have to do these things that, some might view it and go like, well, I'm not a success because I had to have a waitressing job, or I had to do this, or I had to do that.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like, that's just part of the job. That's, some days are
Yeah.
great, some days are not. And I'm wondering, sort of, while you're doing that, there is this mindset that people go through of, those day jobs of like, am I going to make it? Am I doing enough, et cetera? And can you talk me through a little bit of sort of your experience with that? Was that something that, you kind of knew that it was temporary? Was that something that there was a lot of doubt?
So, well, I didn't really think about it. I kind of just got on with it, and I take each day as it comes, and for that day, I was I was a cinema usher, and that's just the way it was. But it never occurred to me that, I never sort of thought, oh no, this is it, like I have failed.
Yeah.
I just kind of got on with it, and I don't know. There's no room for kind of self-flagellation in that way, because, and I know it's really easy to say that, but you kind of you're manifesting it, aren't you? If you start thinking, oh, that's it now, that was my chance and it's gone, you kind of manifesting it. So I don't know, I didn't really think about it too deeply. I just needed to pay the bills.
Yeah.
And I don't think I was too precious about it, because I think my focus with work is the work, rather than anything that it brings. And and again, it's easy to say that when you are working as an illustrator, but I think even before that, when I had no published books, it was just about the work and producing the work, and I never sort of work with the goal in mind. I like the work itself is the goal.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's very late here. I'm starting to not make sense. Yeah, did that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's just that idea. I mean, alone, just that idea of that, like, don't get caught up in all these, well, not just self-doubt, but ideas of what to expect, or sort of questioning, is this the right direction, or all those, like, sort of get out of that headspace in general and just make capacity is the best thing for a lot of these situations. And I absolutely
and if you can stay in that headspace, it doesn't matter what you're doing to earn your money, does it? You can do both if you drink enough coffee. I could go and get a job in a cafe, and it wouldn't bother me. But yeah, if you stay in that headspace like you were just describing, then it you know, it comes and it goes, and it's not something you can game. It's not something you can control, I don't think.
Yeah,
You can
I
do
mean,
your best, but you know.
the thing that I think probably needs to be sort of pushed harder in, especially, you know, people who are trying to start out, is again that idea of like uh, setting goals that are achievable and um, not someone else's goals. I guess if
Yeah.
that makes sense. Like, you know, that you're not out there trying to do something that is out of your wheelhouse. Like, I'm not going to sit there and go, hey, I need to be the best, you know, oil painter.
Mm.
I suck at oil painting.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, that's not my hill to climb. There's
No.
there's a better.
But if you wanted to try oil painting, you should try it. And if you still suck at it, then yeah, give it a wide berth.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, I need to give it a wide berth. I'll tell you that much.
Have you tried
not.
it?
I am not a good oil painter of any sort.
Oh, see, that was my next thing that I was going to try, and I might not do now. I've got a friend who paints with oils, and she makes beautiful work, and I always look at that and go, oh, I'd love to try that, but I haven't done yet. It's on the list. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, just stick, you know, don't give yourself a hard time.
Yeah, essentially,
Yeah.
like, you don't have to be an expert at everything in order
No.
to be good at art. And, you know, like the
No.
equivalent of oil painting, what the challenge is for me with oil painting is it just doesn't dry fast enough for me. I need it to dries faster. And so,
Yeah.
like, it's not the oil paint, it's the, like, if I found the right medium that, or, you know, medium that I could add to oil paint, that could speed up the dry time, then maybe it would be lovely. But at the same time, there's so many other paints that will do that for me that, like, why have that Sisyphean battle with one specific paint?
You could get a really powerful hairdryer and see if that works.
But at that point, I might as well just use something else. Again, like, there's a time and patience thing for me too that comes into play.
Yes, yeah. I'll tell you. We're talking about, you know, unattainable talent. And I think you're in Massachusetts, are you?
We're just literally the end of our block is Massachusetts. We're in New Hampshire. Is our
right? Okay. So when I was younger, we went on a trip, you know, a once in a lifetime trip to Boston.
okay.
And we sort of hired a car and went over to Springfield and went to the Norman Rockwell Museum there.
Yeah. That's a drive. That's a long haul.
Yeah, and then we went up to Niagara as well. Yeah, it was a lot of time spent in an Oldsmobile.
Okay.
I look miserable in all the photos as well, and I'm quite proud of that. I managed to pull it off for the entire holiday with aplomb on my miserable face. But I was enjoying myself. I just didn't look like I was. But yeah, Norman Rockwell. I went into that museum as a what would I have been, 12 maybe. And I just looked at his paint. I mean, they're so traditional, aren't they? There's nothing sort of revolutionary about his work, but just the skill and
yes,
composition and you know, just everything about his work just completely set off a hand grenade in my brain, and I've spent the, you know, rest of my career trying, you know, going, I can't paint like that, you know. So I've accepted it now that I can't paint like that, but it, you know, it took a while. But yeah, no, I think I've got to the point now where I can look at people's work and appreciate it rather than you know, use it as a stick to beat myself with. but I think that just comes with maturity, maybe. I don't know.
Well, the other thing that comes into play there too is like we don't need two Norman Rockwells.
No,
You know what I
no,
mean? We
that
don't
would be
need,
ridiculous. Yeah.
yeah, we don't need two of these artists that we've seen before. We need something new, and so sort of picking up on some skills from him, but not trying to replicate everything that he does.
Yeah.
Is such a huge sort of mind shift in some sense. I think it takes a while for artists, especially starting out, to wrap your head around like who you are and not trying to mimic and things of the sort. I gotta ask this question because I know that it's getting late and I want to hear. So you, because this is just a fascinating story to me, and I have a feeling there's going to be someone out there that's going to go, I'm glad you talked about this. So you had a contractor that come in to work on your kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
And then just
I can't name names. I can't name any names.
I don't need, but I want to hear like just literally left and never came back.
Well, I mean, it was a little bit more complicated than that, but essentially, and so yeah, the house was open to the elements, so we put a stud wall up, and it's been that way ever since. And then we were sort of victim to various planning companies going bust and having to, deal with all that. So anyway, it's a very long story, but the upshot is that we have a big fake wall, and I nail things to it, so it all worked out in the end, because I've got a little ready-made gallery space there, rotating gallery.
When it was up there, I was like, because behind you, when you first popped on screen, I was like,
yeah,
okay, what is going on with this wall back? I thought you were in a studio space, and then you said this is my kitchen. What? Like, what is going on there? But I like this sort of there's this like chicness to, like, you know what? I don't need a fancy wall. I like the idea of this sort of makeshift thing.
Does it look kind of? Yeah, does it make me look arty? And
that's what I think it is. It has a little bit of a like industrial sort of. We're gonna put this up and letting the beam show.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The brickwork is just maybe the next level up. Is you let the plywood.
I could almost be in a kind of loft in some kind of
exactly
city somewhere, couldn't I? Yeah,
exactly. That's I think that's a-okay. I just no, the contractor thing. I am someone. The reason why I have to ask about that is I struggle with the idea of hiring people for my house, not because I can't, because I can do it. More so because I don't know what I'm doing when I hire someone. And so I'm like, oh, I don't want to run into issues in those situations. And so like, we have to get some work done on our house eventually here. And I don't know when, I don't know how it's going to happen. But I struggle to reach out in those situations and say, I need help with my house.
Well, it's really hard to invite strangers into your home and let them take a wrecking ball to it and go, this is fine. Carry on. That's fine.
Just walk in one day and there's a wall missing and you have to just be. And,
most people are it goes okay. But every now and again it doesn't go okay. So you've got to invite that possibility in. You can't, otherwise you will never do anything. You have to invite the possibility of chaos into your life in order to create some order. That's how I see it.
Since you're working in your kitchen tonight, is that where you normally work?
No. Where I normally work, again, we'll go back to the building work here. Where I normally work, the wall has it's like a sort of horror, like lightning strike. There's just sort of horrific scars and cracks all down the wall, And I had this dreadful, again, a dreadful tech situation the other day where I was meant to be, myself and Alice Hemming, the author of The Leaf Thief, were broadcasting to lots and lots of children across the US. And at the very last minute, the tech didn't work, and the guy sent me a message saying, "Oh, you can't use a phone or an iPad. You have to use a laptop for this thing." And I said, I don't have a laptop. So I ran upstairs to my main computer, which is pointing, which has all the cracks and you know, and a pile of rubbish. There's a huge pile of rubbish. And I twisted the screen in a certain way, and I managed to hide it just in time. So after that, it was horrific, and I would never want to repeat that again. So no, I don't show anyone that space until it's sorted, until we can find someone to fix it.
All those kids at school were like, she's in jail, I think. She's break out all those cracks in the wall. He's trying to figure out a way to get through.
Yeah. So yeah, that didn't go well, and I spent the entire time having to, I mean, this is my thing now, maybe, that I have to construct these elaborate kind of structures in order to make the simplest thing work. I was holding a pad to the camera and drawing straight, and my arm seized up, and I was there for quite a while drawing. But it worked. No one knew. Everyone was happy. Yeah.
Kids didn't care. They were there for a good time and a show. And those probably were like.
But no, I don't show anyone that because it's shameful. It's a shameful place. Hey, and
you do not want to see what's behind me in this, or not what's behind me, but what my floor looks like in this space. Collage stuff. There is so much mess.
But is it artful mess? Is it sort of mess, just so mess? Or is it actual mess?
I mean, it's just scraps everywhere.
Yeah.
As much as it is art supplies that are showing up, it is like ridiculous how much is there, because I just haven't gotten around to clean it. In fact, since I'm on school break right now, that is a goal over the next week or so, is to go through and try to clean out as much as I can of what's around me. But it is to the point where, like, I'll go upstairs at the end of the night and I'll have stuff stuck to my feet, like the equivalent of like toilet paper in a bathroom. Like, I'm walking out and there's just pieces of things standing there or stuck to my feet in some manner, and so I
often wonder, these sort of people who have these beautiful homes with everything folded in drawers and things like that. Do you think they're happy? Do you think they're happier?
They spend all their time collecting and no, there is part of me that at some point, I mean, I've shown a little bit of it online, not willingly, but there's part of me that at some point it should be a post saying, like, get a load of this, everybody. This is real.
This is the real me.
Yeah, this is not some formula. Like, I did this thing for Crayola Creative Week that'll come out later in the month of January, and they had the option. They said, like, we need to do some filming, and we can send a film crew out to your house, or you can do it.
Yeah.
And my first thought was, one, I have dogs that will bark the entire time in the background, so that's probably not. But then the other thought was, of course, I'm not sure where they would stand, and I'm not sure how I could clean up all the mess.
There isn't. Yeah, this is what the problem I have. There isn't a single corner in this house that is Instagrammable. Not a one. And, I think one day I will create a corner where I can let people see, but that day is not coming soon. So the kitchen it is. on a
Yeah.
pile of books.
It's when they offered that and they said, or we can find you a studio in town. I'm like, yep, that's what we're doing. I'm not.
Yeah.
It would be embarrassing to let people into this space in some capacity, and so
Yeah.
it was much nicer to walk into a studio and it was nice and clean and I didn't have to do anything. And
Yeah.
all set
And
up.
so, will you be? So you're being filmed for that?
Yeah, it was filmed, and I had to be on screen doing a little demo and some other stuff. But it was. I'm glad that they had a studio space. I mean, they rented a studio. I don't even know how much it cost to rent the studio.
Yeah.
But it's probably a lot cheaper than what I would have to do to hire someone to clean up my space. So
Yeah.
it is. The Instagram beautiful spaces always. I imagine it's like the, and it's similar to here, the pyramids of Giza, where like you is this beautiful shot, and then you turn it the other way, and it's just a big city that's literally right behind it, or to the Taj Mahal, where it's like beautiful one direction, and then you know the city's falling apart if you do a 180.
Yeah.
And so I imagine it's like that in a lot of people's studios, but
Yeah.
definitely.
And so it should be. So it should be. You know,
Yeah.
you know, if the space is too clean, then there's not much creation happening there, is there?
No. That's
You've got to be. Yeah, you've
your
got to
space
make.
is relatively clean because you're digital, I assume, right? Like you don't have a.
No, it's not clean. No.
Okay.
It's absolutely. Well, you would think so. You would think it would be clean, but it's not. I do my very best to make it the most grotty. I mean, yeah, there's a thing at the moment, isn't there, where people sort of show their studio space and give you a little tour. And I won't be doing that anytime soon. It's not a nice place. I'm not proud of it.
But is it dirty with art stuff, or is it dirty with life?
It's dirty with all the things that you could imagine. It could be dirty with. Yeah, life stuff, art stuff. About 10 mugs of half-finished coffee.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not good.
I'm clear in my mind.
Yeah, my long-term goal would be to have a dedicated studio space, and you know, maybe you know, it would have a calming effect on my mind. But I don't know, maybe you know, as you can see from these images that have just come out of my mind, I don't need calming for my mind, because otherwise I wouldn't. I would have done a landscape instead, probably. Who knows? Maybe that's the next stage of my career. Calming landscapes. Yeah.
Is that a little anteater?
Yes. Yeah.
Right
Let's call it that. Yeah.
I love that little guy. The like mouth, the weird little. I don't even know what to call it. I do that mouth on mosquitoes when I paint mosquitoes. They have that little like puckered lip look.
This one.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. It's nice, isn't it? He's puckering up. I'm not sure what's going on really, but I just kind of went with it.
I don't think you need to know exactly what's going on. That's again, the fun of this is like the play. Like I look at the drawing that I did for my sketch for this, and this is not coming out the same way. But
I wish I could see what you're doing, but I can't. I'd love to see it.
It's beautiful. You know how you were talking about Rockwell before?
Yeah.
Same thing. Just imagine it like that.
Oh my goodness. Well, I look forward to seeing that. Yeah. But I'm trying to think where I can fit a walrus in, and I don't actually know what walruses look like anymore. It's been such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they have whiskers, and that's about.
They have whiskers.
Yeah, that's about as much as about them on that.
I'm going to probably embarrass myself now by drawing a terrible rendition of a walrus after I talked it up so much.
Now, the question is not whether you can fit a walrus in there. The question is whether you can fit Marlon Brando in there. There's always room for Marlon Brando.
Well,
Like there's always room for Jello. There's always room for
yeah.
Marlon. Are you?
Well,
Wait a second. I got to ask this. Going back to Marlon Brando for a second. Like, are you a big fan of all of his films,
well,
or was it just his look?
I think I did like old films. I was a little bit obsessed with the old Hollywood thing. So yeah, I had lots and lots of books growing up of just there used to be this bookshop in the town where I grew up that sold discounted books. And so you could get a really sort of lavish doorstop of a book with all the photographs from the golden age of Hollywood for about 10p. And so I had loads of those, and I just used to sort of pour through them because that sort of old Hollywood aesthetic was really appealing to me. Those kind of old photographers where the studios would get the actors and place them in sort of Art Deco kind of backgrounds and photograph them with clever lighting and things like that. So I used to pore over those books. So yeah, that whole thing really appealed to me, and maybe it was coming out subconsciously all the years I spent just looking at pictures of either deceased or soon to be deceased people. But yeah, I don't know. I've never thought about it before, and you keep coming back to it, and I don't have any answers for you, I'm afraid.
I keep coming back to it because it just surprised me so much to hear Marlon Brando become the.
Let me practice. I don't know. I don't want to commit to it. I'm such a procrastinator that I don't want to commit to it, but I'm going to try and hang on. I'm going to try and no. It's been a long time.
Oh, to try to draw.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even know where to start when it comes to him in particular. Like he's not. I mean, I know I could probably do close or akin to his like Goodfellas, not Goodfellas, Godfather.
Yeah.
But that's about it. I don't know if I could do much beyond that.
It was about his nose, like and that sort of yeah. I can't do it anymore. I did have it, and that kind of sneer. I can't get the sneer. Oh, it's really hard.
I'm sure that like if I were to go back and try to draw things that I drew back in the day, I won't even come close to what was it. My hand has shifted so much away from the typical version of my style at the time. So
yeah,
let me ask you, since we're talking about that, let me ask you about sort of style or about your visual aesthetic and sort of what drives you there. Are you like, do you think that you have a unique, well, I shouldn't say unique because that implies that like, oh, you might not. Do you think you have a defined style, I guess is a better way to put it? Or do you see that, do you look at your work and go like, oh man, every piece is wildly different? Some capacity.
Yeah, I don't. I think a style has emerged. I didn't for a long time. I wasn't aware of it, and people sort of would go, "Oh, that's you." Yes. So I think I'm aware of it now. In that over the years, I tried out. Like I was saying, you look at other people's work, you try out different things, and look around and try and fit. Try on all these different gloves and see what fits. And I think I've got to a point now where I just do, and it comes out the way it comes out, and I don't have to think about it too much. So yeah, I think there is a style there, but I couldn't describe it for you.
Yeah, sort of pinpoint where it comes from. Do you feel in any way, shape, or form that there's an expectation now that you've done the leaf thief and this snow thief and all that kind of stuff, that people look at you and sort of want to see that approach on a regular basis?
Do you know what? I don't get that. People are generally. I don't know what I've done here. I've tried to make it into Marlon Brando, and it's a Marlon Brando walrus, and it's gone horribly wrong. And therein is a lesson. You know, don't be too precious. You will draw something quite disturbing every now and again, and that's just the way it is.
Yeah, that's
There are the whiskers. Do they have tusks?
yes, they do.
Oh, okay.
Of some sort.
Getting a bit weird. Where do they come? Do they come from?
I think they're like from their jaw. They're like from the top jaw and off to the side a little bit, if I remember correctly.
Right. Okay.
I'm no walrus expert, but that would be my my theory.
That's what we're going with here. What was I saying? God. Yes. Do I get asked to do that style? No, not really. I think people generally tend to be quite happy. Like I think they know what to expect. I think it's got to the point where they go, we know what's coming, and everyone's happy. So, and sometimes I get sort of lofty ideas about, you know, oh, maybe I can do this, in, you know, tiles. Maybe I can do, what do you call it? The
Mosaic.
Mosaic. Maybe I'll do this book mosaic style. And I kind of go away and kind of spend a lot of money on, you know, mosaic materials and kind of waste days and days and days trying to make it work and make it look like it normally looks like, but with mosaic. And that's just, I don't actually do that, but you know, with whatever, a different technique or a different pen. And then I just go back to what I know and do that because it works. And so you know, but I do believe in pushing yourself and trying new things. But if it's causing you any kind of distress, I think do what feels right. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, and tonight, every night that I've been doing all of these Gavin Doodles, I've been trying to do something with like more line and more certain look that I have in my head, and I have not been able to accomplish it. And it's partially it's that same thing where it's like I run into a wall wherein, not that I can't do line or anything short, but it's I've just noticed my hand automatically goes back to doing a certain look or a certain aesthetic, and at a certain point it's why fight it.
Yes. Yeah.
But maybe this is like, maybe line is, or what's in my head of what line should be is not what my version of line should be, and I'm trying to replicate what someone else has done before, or I'm trying to do something that is, you know, too far from my standard work for this instance. Like maybe I need to find a better transition sort of take on it. But
I think what you're describing is I'm the same. I'm not good at drawing line, and I'm better at sort of working with shapes and either adding or taking away from those shapes. But you know, a lot of illustrators can just sit and draw a line drawing, can't they?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. It's just not necessarily my cup of tea, I think.
Yeah.
And it's like, do I want to fight it at all times, and or do I need to wrap my head around like what line means to me? Not try to be like, I look at certain artists, and there's this publisher that I just saw recently, and I really liked a book that's in it, and it's got this really heavy use of black and white and line work and things of the sort. And it's like, yeah, it looks cool, but again, that looks cool for them.
Yes.
What then
Yeah.
may be what looks cool for me, or what, or I need to change my understanding of what, if I were to try to do that, it's going to be different. I'm never going to be the exact same as what they're doing.
No. No.
I'm trying to draw in weird hair. Like this originally was going to be this super light piece with lots of little tiny line work in it, and it's become something else. I don't know what it's become. But
well, that's good though. I always find I always hate everything I do, and then if I go away for a day and then come back to it and look at it after a day or two, it looks all right after a day or two.
I think there it's at that stage. Do you have that time where, like, when you're working, that it just looks kind of off, and then all of a sudden it connects, and then it's off again? And I think I'm just at that stage right now where it's a little awkward, and by then hopefully it'll match what I want it to match. So we'll get there.
Yes, yeah, no, I do. I often do work and go, sort of, kind of make all those noises and then sort of stomp off somewhere and kind of, leave it for a few days, go and do something else or work on something else. And when I come back to it, it's a little bit more sort of forgiving than I thought it was. So I don't know what it is. It's like some kind of magic sort of time machine thing where you go away. I find the same when you look at photos of yourself as well. If you look at a photo that you've just taken immediately, and look at it and you go, oh my goodness, that's dreadful. And then a few days later, or a few weeks or a few years later, you go, wow, I look really young there. But you look at the same image again and it's almost like it's changed, which I find interesting, and I don't know how that happens. And I think that that's why you'd want to sort of keep lots of sketchbooks, because you can just get that stuff down, and hate it all, and then shove it in, throw it across the room, and then pick it up a few weeks later and go, that's pretty good, I've got a good body of work there. And you must feel that, you produce so much work for the Gab and Doodle. You're producing so much work, and then you must, after a while go, wow, I've got a really great body of work now.
Oh, I have a lot of good ones. I also have a lot of clunkers that are sitting over to the side over here. It's ones that there are a handful of ones where I'm like, I really did it with this piece. Like, there's some pieces where right from the get-go, right as I'm starting, I absolutely know that this piece is working out and it's going to be lovely and amazing. And then there's times where you start a piece and it's going awry, and you're hoping that you can sort of connect the dots in the end. Sometimes a lot of times you don't. But I was telling students the other day and talking to people that I am someone who I've come to the theory that my best piece is the piece that's in my head. And all the that came before it are not bad pieces, but they are steps towards the piece that's in my head. And so, like, if I look at the bad pieces, it's not like, oh, this is the worst thing in the world. I'm not going to, like, absolutely shut it down and say, this is dumb and why did I ever start this piece? But it's going to be more of a, this is what I learned from this piece, and this is what this is how I made it work for me in the end, or what made it better, or those kind of sentiments.
And I think that's something that you miss when you work digitally, because you're constantly self-editing, aren't you? And so you never get to that point where you go, oh, I've messed this one up and this didn't quite work. And that's sort of the thing of starting again and learning and doing something slightly different the next time. I find you don't get that opportunity when you work digitally.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I don't work digitally. Is just that idea of I like the risk that comes into
Yeah,
it. I understand.
yeah,
I still have to go back and do digital work. I still have to go back and work up. It's not like I'm, you know, dead set against it. It's a matter of just, for me, the process benefits from a little bit of that, like not knowing where it's going. And so
yes, yeah,
one of the students I was talking to, because we do end of semester evals at our school, and i.e. they all have to show their work to a group of professors. And I'm of the mindset with these students that like the only way you are going to learn is by making mistakes.
yeah,
And if you get too precious, if you get too specific with your work and start thinking that somehow it needs to be perfect from the beginning, you're never going to take a chance. You're never inventive. You're going to always sort of bend over backwards to just do what's safe. And
yeah,
especially when it comes to like faculty and folks who are looking at the work, that idea of, you know, find out what you have to do, what's the minimum requirement for the assignment, and then break rules.
break the rules. That's
Yeah.
good advice. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's sort of, you know, I know what you're saying. It's sort of counter to what we were saying before about stick to what you know and get it done, and stop messing about with mosaic tiles. But I think there's a time and a place to do that experimentation, and it's when you feel stuck. And I always do that. You know, if I feel stuck, I'll go and do something really different, and I'll sort of convince myself that I'm a brilliant mosaicer. But what it will do is it will get me out of that rut, you know, that I was stuck in.
What?
And I'll come back fresh and do it a little bit differently, and
Yeah.
you learn from it. Yeah. But no, you're absolutely right. You're never the best at anything. You're never fully right. You're never fully certain. And no one is, are they?
The perception somehow we all know what we're doing at all times is false.
Yeah.
False. Again, it goes back to that idea of winging it. That
Yes.
you know, we are on a daily basis going, I hope this works out. I pray, I believe, and then sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah.
It depends on sort of what variables are at play for that day and how you feel, or, you know, did you have enough breakfast, or
Yeah.
those odds and ends. Tell me a little bit about sort of like, I understand there's struggles in illustration. I understand that there's challenges for your everyday artist to sort of get through the day and whatnot. But what are some of the like that tell you that you've succeeded?
Sorry, you're cut out for a minute. What are some of the?
How do you know if you've succeeded? How do you know that you've done a good job? Is there something like in the artwork? Is there something that you, at the end of the day, you know that you've done? You know, you've had a successful run for the day.
Yes. Yo, that's good. That's a good question. That's a good thing to think about. Yes. But I don't know. I can't articulate when I know. I just know, and I think I don't know. Is it? I don't know. I think it's when if I can squint at a piece of work, and it kind of looks balanced.
Okay.
I go, yeah, this is going in the right direction. And if you squint at it or take your glasses off, and it kind of looks a bit messy,
Yeah.
then
Clear what's happening.
yeah. But
I do that method with
I don't know. Sometimes I rework something to death, and then you just have to kind of go. I have to stop now. And I'll come back to it. So what I do is I jump. If I'm working on a couple of books at the same time, I'll jump from one to the other to keep things fresh, and to not get too sort of
Stagnant.
calcified on anything. And if I'm not doing that, if I'm working on one book, I'll jump from different double page spreads and just keep sort of bouncing back and forth between them all in a random order. And again, just like going back to that sculpting analogy, just kind of slowly, making marks, making thumbprints on everything, and it's about knowing when to stop, isn't it? When to stop manipulating things.
When
I
you're
guess.
or when you're pushing it to a point where it's like one more thing will make it just an absolute dud.
Yeah.
Work.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always the challenge for me on some stuff. Like, I don't know how this is for you with the digital side of things, but like, I'm always looking for the right, like, looseness to the work that I don't want it too perfect. And the problem is, in order to do that, you have to give some faith to the idea that it's just going to work out. Because if you overwork it, trying to make it not perfect, you end up making it perfect. It's like, how do you fake a mistake? Or how do you fake an edge that's meant to be natural?
Yeah.
You control it.
I've given up. I've started from scratch again before for that very reason, where you just find yourself going down a road where it looks too self-aware. And so I have to just scrap it and start again when that happens. And you know it when it happens, don't you? You just go, this is too self-aware, and it's not, it doesn't feel natural.
There's that I like where, like, I imagine, to me, in their mindset, they're doing this thing because it's so intentional. Like this little, like, color blip or some little thing that's in their piece, and I'm like, man, they planned that out, and that's perfect. And in reality, I'm under the assumption, like, I know that a lot of it is just like, oh, that's just because my brush got a little, messed up. Or I put a layer on the wrong level, and now it all looks weird and is, not perfect in some way. But because we have that falsehood of thinking that everybody's doing things perfectly, I'm not willing to chalk it up and just go, oh yeah, they didn't know what they were doing. Or I make them a genius when potentially they're not.
I do that all the time, and it's great for them. They get the benefit of being a genius. But it's, I don't know, sometimes it's to your detriment, and sometimes it helps to think that, to look at other people's work and go, wow, that brushstroke, I can't possibly replicate that. And you can't replicate that because it's like a snowflake, isn't it? You can't, each one's individual. And so, it takes a long time to realize that, and that your hand just doesn't move the same as the next person's hand moves. And you don't make the same decisions, and everything's built on your experience, isn't it? So, all that plays into it.
Speaking of snowflakes, and speaking of, like, people that you look at as, like, the go-to, I mean, we were talking about the library or the, collection of books. Are there artists in particular you're, like, right now going, like, oh man, this person is it? They are the thing that should know about, or what have you.
So at the so I mentioned Felicita. I really like her work. And then there's this the book that's everywhere at the moment is Mikey Please, The Cafe at the Edge of the Woods.
Oh yeah.
And yeah,
Cool.
that
And
that book is just a sort of precious little jewel that you want to take home and hug in front of the fire. It's a beautiful book. I like that.
what's the name of the follow-up one to that? Because there's a second one.
Oh yes, I don't know. It's just, yeah, they brought out a really sort of lavish version of the first one, with lots of foil and kind of things, and it looks very pretty. And then I did briefly see the second one in a bookshop, but I didn't have time to investigate it further. But I shall. But I don't know what it's called. I know it's got a big monster. It's got a new character on it, hasn't it?
Yeah, I've never seen it in person. I've only seen the online.
Right. Yeah.
But the first read the first one, but that second one I have not gotten my hands on of any sort.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will add to your collection.
Yeah, this
soon.
household is coming through at some point. It's a matter of
And then, all-time favorites. I really, really loved. So there was, sort of in the late 90s, there was a lot of books came out that were just gorgeous, like just really something else. And so I really liked, Ian Falconer with the Olivia books, and my favorite book, which I treasure, and I don't know why, because it's not it is called Free Lunch by J. Otto Siebold. Have you got that one?
It sounds familiar. I don't think we have it in our collection, but that sounds familiar.
I brought it. I thought you might ask about what kind of books I like, so I brought it down because it's my absolute favorite. Yeah, this one. So yeah, it looks like can you see that?
Yeah.
And it's done in Illustrator, I think. It's not a sort of very arty-farty one, but I think the colours had a big influence on me. I really liked the colours, and but in the 90s they were producing so many beautiful books with dust jackets and all that stuff that you don't always get now.
You mean sometimes they're cheap now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, no, it's just different, isn't it? People have embossed stuff and foil, and it's just the fashion, isn't it? But I really like this just kind of old school dust jacket on a book, simplicity with the same image.
On the inside and outside. What I've been trying to do, and it's in fact the last book that most of the time I've been trying to get to the point where I can illustrate the case wrap different than the cover, and I know that dust jacket, and so like most everybody's allowed me to do that, and then recently I've done a lot of hand lettering on covers. Like I don't think I've done in all of the books I've done, I don't think that I have ever had someone do the lettering on the cover.
Okay. Yeah. You've always done it yourself.
Yeah. And so like this last book, I was like, oh, we're going to do a separate dust jacket. I just assumed. And then of course we don't. But then on top of that, I was like, oh, this is the first time they're going to do their own lettering. Like they're going to typeset it and I won't have to do the lettering. And then at the last second, they wrote to me and said, hey, any chance you want to do lettering on the cover? And it's I'm not gonna,
we like that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to be like, no, this stinks. I don't want to do that. But it was funny to me that like I almost got away with not having to do the cover in the same way that I've always done. And
you were relishing the prospect, and it was cruelly snatched away.
They talked about a cloth bind to it, and I was like, ooh. Like a cloth bind sounds really fun. Like it always feels classy.
Yeah.
And so I was like, ooh, that's going to be exciting. And then, of course, budget-wise, it didn't make sense for the project. And so it's longer. But
Next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's going to be some chance where someone's going to say, "Hey, what do you want to do with the cover?" And I'll suggest something, and they'll be like, "That's brilliant."
Yeah.
Or a lot of, we can't do that because of costs, or we can't do that because of, A, B, or C.
Yeah.
So hopefully at some point it will.
Yeah. Yeah. What did I suggest? Oh, that was at Pantones at the moment. I got the opportunity to use Pantones in one of my books recently, and I'm working on one where I can use it again because it's a follow-up, and that's really fun.
Jealous. Yeah, I'm jealous of that one.
Yeah, and I don't fully understand how it all works, but they just sort of go, it's fine, we'll make it work. You just do the thing, and we will worry about that. But the end result looks incredible, and there are some books that there are some books that have done it that just pop off the shelf.
Yeah. The last book that I worked on originally, I pitched this idea to them, and they were all aboard. And then what's funny is I ruined it myself. But I was trying to do instead of CMYK, do CRYK.
What's that? CRYK. Cyan.
CRYK is cyan.
Red.
No, it's not red. It's like rhodium or something like that.
Oh, wow.
What is it, Lauren? Rhodamine.
Rhodamine.
And then yellow and black. And rhodamine is a very saturated red. And so instead of these like normal reds, you get this like fluorescent red.
Yeah.
And, oh man, that's gonna be cool.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, it's Melissa Sweet told me about it, who does picture books. She's like, "Oh yeah, that's what I use." I was like, "That's cool." So I told him, I was like, "I want to do this with the book," and then I didn't even think about it. The book is basically set on the ocean, and so it's like
not much red.
There's not a lot of red showing up there.
Unless the shark shows up, and then
yeah. And so
red.
I probably could have done it in a color palette that would have allowed something of the sort. But it didn't make sense in the end, and so now it's the next book I work on where I can have some red. That's where I'm going. And
what you're doing
that they told me is it will never you can never really know what you're going to get until it actually comes off the press.
Oh, really?
Because you can't set your screen to CRYK. It's it's an RGB screen. It mimics CMYK, but it's not like they have the profiles for that kind of print, and so some of it is you just know it's going to come out brighter, and so it's sort of a gamble in a sense.
Yes, and we're going back to Hollywood there, aren't we? Because that was the same for lipstick.
Oh yeah.
Back in the black and white.
Yeah, where they like blue and green lipsticks and. Yeah,
they must have looked really sickly. In real life, but it's interesting. Oh, I've never heard of that. I'll look into that. What's it called?
Rhodanium. If you put in RYK, you might be able to find it out there. It was just interesting. If you look at Melissa Sweet's work, I don't even know if I have. In fact, I have a book. I know I do. My wife will put it in the comments or in the. Oh, great. Okay. We can get the proper spelling, but let me see if I have a Melissa Sweet book so I can show you sort of what I'm talking about. Because I remember asking her, like, did she do 4-color printing? It was. She said, no, it's not. It's just this. And interesting. Find it here. So it's not a book that she wrote. That's the challenge. I'm trying to look through all of my books now, see if I can find that one. I know I have it because she signed a copy for me, but it's a matter of where. It could be a while. You've got a lot of books. Yeah, well, I thought maybe I'd spot it right off the bat. I don't see it. I'll if my wife knows which book I'm talking about, maybe she can throw me the title and I can go look for it, or the author. Yeah. but it's just one of those things where when I first saw it, I was like, oh, that's cool. I need to figure out how to use that.
Yeah.
In turn.
But again, you don't know until you know, do you? And there are so many things that they can do to make things look interesting.
Yeah.
That you don't know until someone says, "Hey, we can do it that way," and you go, "Can we? Brilliant! All right."
Well, there's one of the new books that came out recently. I forget what the title is. It's got this it's just ink work, and it's this black cat with a big fluffy tail.
Mm.
Oh, that's what it is. Yes.
You found it.
Why, Alexander? I didn't realize he wrote that. A-L. I'm looking. Ooh. I don't see it here unless it's big. It might be on a different shelf.
Put
right.
a pin in.
I will look for it eventually here, but anyways, what was I gonna say? Oh, this book that we saw at this bookstore the other day had I'm assuming it was like the equivalent of spot gloss on it.
Mm.
But what was really cool about it was it wasn't gloss; it was like textured. And so,
yes.
like when you felt like it had this really rough sort of texture and super delicate line work, and I just couldn't believe how detailed and beautiful the texture. It was almost like touching sandpaper in a weird way.
I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
And I was like, I didn't know that possible. And now, of course, I'm like, ooh, I want to do that with my stuff. I want to figure that in my work.
You just have to convince someone to let you do it.
Yeah, I have to have enough clout to get that. I mean, that's why, even when we started tonight, I said that you had that, that even though the bronze or the copper rather leaf that they put on the Leaf Thief, even though you didn't make that call, they knew that was going to be big enough that it was worth their time and effort to go put that into.
It's very pleasing, and I'm I'm very lucky that I can produce these books that look so shiny.
Did you know when they like before the book landed in your hand that they were going to do that?
We discussed it. But I didn't realize it would be quite so pleasing to look at until I got it in my hands. Because they have you draw the bits and pick out the bits that they're going to foil. So I wish I'd just done more. I was a bit sort of, I think I was a bit kind of conservative with it. Personally, I would have quite liked it to be all over. But it's
like the Snow Thief, which was Snow Thief. That was the second one.
Yes. No, the third one. Yes. It was all out of order. It wasn't in the order of the season.
Oh, I thought they came out in the order. Okay, but I was
no.
Has a little bit more foil stamp on it.
Does it? Yeah. Did I get confident? I went for it on that one. Did I?
You're like, I'm not holding back anymore. I'm requesting this much, and I will take no, or I won't take no for an answer.
Yeah. So I'm drawing lots of gherkins here, and I don't know. I've got kind of we had some cheese and we had some cornichons with it the other night, and I think I've got cornichons on the brain.
Wait, what is cornichons? I don't know what that is.
Cornichons are they're just like pickles, but very, very tiny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that would be a pickle. That would be a cornichon.
Okay, it's one of those. You have fun phrases over there that I think always so much. I swear, I think a jumper sounds cooler than a sweater.
Jumper, yeah. I did a book called "Where's My Jumper" once.
Yep.
But I think probably it was probably just peculiar to Britain, and So yeah, no one's ever heard of it, but it's one of my favorite ones. And it's yeah, this character loses their jumper and spends the book trying to, again, the theme of the lost things. I think there's a theme there. You know, I don't know. Do you think you are drawn towards certain subjects? And
I
yeah.
tend, when I try to write, I end up writing a lot of characters who are other than. So like a mouse that's too big, a dinosaur that's too small, and they're
Yeah.
by themselves trying to figure out why they're different. That throws up.
Right. And then do they sort of get some kind of enlightenment by the end of the book?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I do think the other one that shows up a lot, and it makes me sound like a creep, but it's not, is with a lot of stories that involve feet.
Feet.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
And it's not, I don't have some weird fetish or anything of the sort.
Yeah.
But something like, I like shoes, which is part of it. So a lot of times it's like shoe related.
Yeah.
But I also, when I draw something that's big, like a giant or something like that, rather than draw a giant, I think it's more fun just to draw their feet, because of, like, you can have something small around it so you see the scale. And
yeah, well, that's storytelling, isn't it? That's great storytelling.
So there's a lot of stories that I've had that involve like feet of sorts. There was a story that I started at one point about a spider who wears through his socks.
Yeah.
Socks, and like, it's just things like that that sort of show up. Work.
Right. So yeah, that's interesting. And for some reason, pickles show, and yeah, anything green and kind of oddly shaped seems to be my thing tonight. But no, that's interesting. I've only realised that, you know, a lot of my books involve loss in some way, and but it's a universal theme. Maybe you should get together with Quentin Tarantino and
yeah, let's not. No.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. There's the joke. Yeah. No, there was a student years ago who they had drawn a little character that had these little tiny feet that didn't make any sense to me, and they were wearing high heels. And I, at one point in the crit, said, I wonder what their feet look like, because of the shape of the heel. Like, it just didn't make any sense to me. I said, I'd love to see what this character's feet look like. And then for the rest of the semester, little old me had to put up with students constantly saying that I had a foot fetish. So I mentioned those feet.
And you can't get rid of a label like that, can you?
No, that's the problem.
Hard.
Every time I talk about feet or draw feet in an illustration, I always worry that it's going to come back to haunt me, that these students are going to be like, there he is. I'm always content to put that in work because of that situation.
Yeah.
As a creep. I mean, more power to people who are into that kind of stuff.
If you're saying you don't want to come across as a creep about the feet thing, you're not a creep. I think if you're a creep, it's that you're not aware that it's creepy.
Okay. Yeah. I shame someone for whatever they're into, but I don't want to be known as the foot guy.
The foot guy, yeah. And I'm going to be known as the Cornichon.
Yeah.
Girl.
Oh, pickle lady. That's
pickle lady.
that's the follow-up book to Sausage Ears.
Yeah. It's all linked in some unfathomable way. Yeah.
It almost sounds like what's it, Piccadilly?
Piccalilli.
There's something there.
Yeah.
Use it. You can write about it and then turn. Give me, because I know of the work that you've done that's been illustrated, but have you written books at this point?
No, I haven't. The only book I wrote, and it wasn't really written, it was just kind of was the Where's My Jumper? And it wasn't sort of in depth. It was more of a sort of, I don't have a copy of it, but I can't remember how it went, but that's the only book I've written. And I keep, people say to me, do you write books? Have you thought about writing? And I have thought about writing, but for some reason, it's a place that I won't allow myself to go just yet. I'm sort of working around to it, but I think after spending 30 years of sort of doing this,
Yeah.
and kind of only just getting to a place where I'm like, okay, I think I know what I'm doing now.
Yeah. The jump that's unknown.
Yeah, to jump into something where you could be rejected, in a horrible fashion, just sort of fills me with dread. But I will do it. I will sort of get there. I am just putting it off. And of course, the ultimate aim is not to like get someone to like it or have it published. It just is, isn't it? But so that's not the ultimate goal. I can't even get past the, I'm talking about I don't want to be rejected, but I can't even get past the like actually putting pen to paper and starting anything. But I have in my notes app, I have 1 million notes that all start with a random sentence or a snippet of an idea. And if I could only just sort of put them all together, there would be the most spectacular fever dream of a book that would come out of it. But yeah, I just keep making these little notes and never actually doing anything with them. So yeah, maybe not. We'll see.
At some point we will see something on the shelf. I mean, I'm struggled because I've been busy enough with teaching and other things to sit down and really write, but I second guess myself, and I maybe put it off a little more than I should. But my hope is that over the break here that I have, and I don't have a ton on my plate besides some gallery shows and things of the sort, that I can find the time to start doing some of that writing that I've been meaning to do, and get those weird stories out that I need. And my story's not too far off from sausage ears, and that's maybe that's the challenge, is they're a little close to
there's a place for Mr. Sausage Ears somewhere, one day, and all those ideas they'll come out eventually, whether it's in book form or some other form. They'll find the light of day somehow.
As long as you find time at some point to get them out to the world, and that we get to enjoy the silliness that goes in, or comes out of your brain or what have you, then I think we'll be okay.
Do you know what? I'm looking at this piece now, and I'm gonna name it. I'm gonna call it. I was driving along the other day, and there was a pub, and for some reason they'd made this huge sign out the front of the pub, at great expense, and it said "Donna and the team welcomes you." And so I'm going to call this piece "Donna and the team welcome you." I don't know, they'd made a huge sign that said this, and I just thought, wow, that's quite unhinged that you've made a permanent sign that says Donna welcomes you. Unless you plan to employ her until the end of time. I don't know. Anyway, but I'm just looking at this, and it'd be quite nice to imagine that that's what's waiting for you when you go through the threshold.
Is this just a series of pickles?
Everyone waving, and kind of looking kind of nonplussed.
This is the color. I mean, for someone, so you said that you haven't painted in a long time. Like, your shape language still holds true, and there's things in there. I mean, I'm obsessed with the giant gherkin dog. That that one, and then the fact that the anteater / aardvark you put in underwear.
Yeah.
Like, some of these decisions are right up my alley as far as like, I don't 100% know how your brain works.
No, neither do I. No.
Thing I love the people that do that kind of like, that make me go, I don't know what to, like, would I have guessed that you were going to draw a pickle dog? And I'm saying a dog,
No.
just the snout that's on it, but
Yeah, it's kind of like a dog, isn't it?
yeah, would I have guessed that
Yeah.
you were going to paint that tonight? No, not at all. And so
No.
I'm so pleased with the wackiness of it and whatnot.
Possibly rubbing a marinade into a fish dish. I don't know. Preparing a marinade. Who knows? Who knows? I'm going to write Donna on here because to honor Donna.
Whoever Donna is.
Yeah.
Maybe Donna the owner, maybe?
Maybe. I mean, that would make more sense because if it was an employee or a manager, that you're setting yourself up for a failure there, aren't you? Because, you know, people come and go a lot in that industry. Maybe it's the owner. I'm going to go in one day and find out.
Just run in there and go, who's Donna?
Who's Donna? Who's responsible for this huge sign?
Yeah.
And I could even go and donate the piece of art to them and say, would you like to put this up in your pub? And they'll remove me from said pub. And
why?
What are you trying to sell? So
and why does she need pickle art?
Yeah.
I
mean, it'd be great, you know, if they'd specialized in some kind of pickle dish, it would be perfect.
Wait a second. I'm not in England, but are there a lot of restaurants there that specialize in pickle dishes?
Probably. Probably. I mean, anything goes these days. Yeah.
I know that traditionally the world has not always thought that English cooking is the most amazing thing in the world, but pickle dishes?
No. Pickles.
Why? Yeah.
Well, we can't even do that right. So, you know, it's the Scandinavians that get the pickles right. But yeah, we do try. We're getting better. We've got some good food here now. We're getting there.
We're thinking that, like, obviously Ireland is different than England. I have not been to England, but
no.
The going over there, I was thinking, oh man, all the food's gonna be like
potatoes.
Yeah. And like it wasn't the best. There was a place in town, a kebab shop that made amazing kebab.
Ooh.
The potato thing like is such a stereotype and such a,
isn't it just? Yeah.
I mean, same thing with I imagine like America, everybody assumes it's like hot dogs and hamburgers everywhere.
Yeah.
There are a lot of hamburgers at restaurants, but not hot dogs. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, but it's just, you know, it speaks to everyone's laziness, doesn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, we're talking about you know, who's in charge over here.
What's that?
What?
What was that? Who's in charge?
Yeah, we're sorry about who's in charge, or I am.
I get you. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Gosh. I can't. Do you know what? I can't even. I just sort of read the news with horror every day, and I can't fathom it. I cannot fathom it at all. But you know, don't get me started.
I was listening to public radio today, and one of the things they brought up, and not to get us into this sort of heated argument or heated debate here, but one of the things they brought up that totally fascinated me was one of the people in the administration has declared that they're only allowed to use a certain font now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard this story, but
no.
effectively, the font that we were using before was Calibria or something. I forget what I can never say it right. Because the Biden administration realized that it's much more reader friendly for people that have vision impairment and things of the sort.
And we can't have that anymore, can we?
too woke.
Oh my
Like
goodness me.
such a
Is
dumb,
it? Yeah.
dumb argument.
Yeah.
Like a font has become, and as an artist and as someone who went through design and all sorts of stuff, it's like, come on,
Mm,
it's a,
yeah.
and it's about legibility. That should be more
Yeah.
important, you know.
But if it's helping someone out, then it's not okay, is it?
Yeah, no, get them out of here.
Oh, oh my goodness me. Yeah.
So, anyways, that's the fun story for the night for those who.
Well, just before if you get to, this is why you need to produce things like this to counterbalance all that kind of stuff. You need to, we need to see, I feel quite strongly about it that you need to counterbalance all the seriousness and the kind of anger by producing completely stupid and nonsensical, silly things to just sort of make people laugh a bit.
He knows when we started out.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah, yeah,
doing those kind of dumb things that
yeah, yeah.
are.
You've got to what that you've got to be the crusader. The crusaders for the counterbalance the that all that stuff. And they'll try and take it away because they know that's what you're doing. So they'll defund your arts programs and things like that, yeah. So but yeah, you've got to keep producing these pictures and try and make everything a little bit less serious.
Yeah. Are like the serious stilliness factor? Are you someone who is like does a lot of goofy stuff on a regular basis? Like would someone look at you and go, she's a normal one?
Well, not intentionally. I think I probably do a lot of goofy stuff not intentionally, unintentional. I just realized that the walrus needs a tail there, the Marlon walrus. No, I don't think people think I'm a normal person. But yeah, that's all right. I don't mind that. I think anyone who's creative is always going to be a little bit different, aren't they? And whatever kind of creativity, not just drawing and painting, but anyone who just sort of is a little bit divergent in their thinking.
Yeah.
I think is
They're on the right.
as long as it's being channeled in a healthy way. I think it's always a good thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can't sort of you can't get too sort of concerned about that. Yeah. How about you?
I am probably a little crazy at times. It really depends on the night, and it really depends on sort of like how much sleep I've gotten. But yeah. I definitely am. It depends on the environment too. Like there's times where I'm an absolute idiot and do stuff just because I know it will, like it's intentional idiocy. And there's other times where I'm just really, really dumb or do weird things. So we have faculty meetings at school on a regular basis. And at a certain point in the year, this will sort of make sense of sort of who I am. We are at the end of the semester. There's all these farewell to the students and whatnot. And they have this event where they had champagne out so students could, have a brunch with the champagne, have a mimosa or whatever it was. And I didn't know it, but I was on cold medicine at the time.
Yeah.
It was just like a decongestant sort of medicine, and I didn't think about it. And I had some of the cold medicine and a little tiny glass of champagne, and then went to a faculty meeting, and I could not focus. The phone was moving, they were asking me. I'm a chair, so I'm like high up in the structure of the school, and they asked me like, Mark, do you have something to report on for blah 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 blah, whatever it was, and I just staring at the floor going, the floor's moving. And people afterwards, this is what makes it even funnier to me, is they knew that I was a little like out of my gourd. No one knew why, but also no one really questioned it. Like no one talked to me afterwards. It's like, are you okay?
Just you do you.
Yeah, that's what told me it's not far off from my norm of what I actually do. Not worried about me of any sort. They just kind of like, yep, that's sort of Mark. He stares off in space and doesn't question.
That's when you need to worry, when people don't question the odd behavior, because they have accepted you as a weirdo.
Yeah. It's I mean, it was okay. I in the end I did explain to people, but people now are like, don't give Mark champagne. Also, with it, but I looked it up.
Never give him a platform. Never give him a platform to speak ever again.
So it was embarrassing, but at the same time, it made a good story. So who am I to complain?
Yeah.
But
so,
I feel like a lot of us are a little wacky. But then every once in a while, you'll run in, like you said, the advertisers when you were in school. The people who are in that sort of industry or design or whatnot have like their act together more than what us silly illustrators who are drawing pickles and poop and all that stuff.
Well, it certainly looks like that, doesn't it? But maybe not.
Yeah.
Ultimately, maybe not. You can have the appearance of having it together, can't you? And I think some people are better at looking like they have it together than maybe people like you or I. So yeah, it's all about what you show to the world, isn't it? And what seeps out. And some people are better at controlling that than others, aren't they?
Some are hiding it. Some of us a mess. I mean, I want
like a freak flag wave high. What is the saying? Let your freak flag do something with that flag.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to be, and I don't know about you, but I don't want to be normal. Like, no. I'm okay being a little wacky here and there. I don't want to be like every day, and maybe that's, art school, maybe that's rebellion, maybe that's all sorts of things. But I like the fact that there's a little strangeness happening in my brain. I had someone the other day, and I don't even know, but someone the other day asked me if I was on the spectrum of some sort because I was acting really strange, and I've never thought about it. I don't think I am, but who knows at this point. I shouldn't say strange, that spectrum is strange, but I had some weird like social cue that everybody's like, oh, he's being a little weird.
Yeah.
He's, off his rocker. He's on that champagne again. That
he's on those he's been taking, I don't know what you call it over there. What is it? I had a similar experience where I took some cold medicine and I spent the entire I was supposed to be going out for the evening. I spent the entire evening in the toilet.
Oh no!
Just hiding. I don't know. I don't know what it did to me, but I was just hid in the toilet all night.
Okay. I thought you meant like you took some.
No.
Or something.
Well, yeah, no, not it. It wasn't out of necessity. It just I don't know. It kind of sent me into a bit of a kind of. I think it was the caffeine. Caffeine can do some weird things, can't it? Yeah, but look. So I've added in this guy down here now. I thought I'd do. I was aware that I hadn't done any pencil drawing, so I've added this guy in, and actually he's more like my work than anything else I've done here. That's my style there. When that dries, I'll put some eyes in. And this little corner here is typical of my work. What which is strange. I don't know why I've chosen to do that, but you know, to do something completely different here and then give you a tiny little sample of what I normally do here. But again, you know, it's just the way that my brain. Yeah. But it's actually it's 2:20 here now, so I will probably have to sign off soon.
Okay. Well, let me get to a point here of just cleaning up a little something, then I can send you off.
Oh yeah, because I don't even know where you are because I can't see you. But
yeah, here, I'll switch my camera back and you can sort of see where this is coming along.
Hang on, shall I? Right, hang on. Shall I get my? I'm going to take the peanut butter off.
Yep.
And
take peanut butter off of your.
I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to. Right. Oh wow. Right. Let's have a look.
Yeah. I'm waiting until I see your face, and then I'll do the.
Right. Hang on. This is going to take a minute.
Well, all the cookbooks come tumbling down.
Cracks and the horrible holes everywhere. Right, here we go.
There you go. So that's the sketch, and this is where we are so far.
Oh wow!
And so I got
you made a lot of progress. That's brilliant.
Yeah, hands. I got to do a little bit of detailing in the back.
Yeah.
A chair, and then little touches here and there, but I got a good chunk of it.
That looks pretty close to the drawing.
It does. I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be way far off.
Yeah, sometimes it veers off, doesn't it? But sometimes it looks just how you intended.
Especially with collage. I never know exactly which way it's going to go, but this so far has worked out, so I'm not going to. Here, let me switch back to my face here in the background. This has been lovely. I can't believe that you stayed up as late. Like when I put up the ad and I was like, I went back and double checked the Instagram DMs to see like, did she actually agree to the time frame?
Is she asleep in bed?
Yes. And I was like, it says yes. I'm pretty sure that this is a go. I was afraid when I posted it, you were going to be like, oh, no, 6 a.m. Eastern.
No, I was sat here frantically dabbing at the screen. But look, it's all a learning curve, isn't it, with technology?
This has been lovely, and I've had a wonderful time, even with the rocky start. It was not your fault. It was not my fault. It was all Instagram.
It was probably my fault. Yeah. But
fine.
We got there eventually. Yeah.
Totally your fault. There was no one else to blame but you. I can't believe you got into the network of Meta and said, hey, this is gonna but it's been lovely. I have thoroughly enjoyed this. I will never look at Marlon Brando the same again. I just keep bringing it up over and over. Now you make jokes to me. That's what you're.
I mean, it's a weird. It's a weird thing. It's a very weird thing, and you know, when you say it out loud, it becomes evident how weird it is. But yeah, you know, that's great. If you can work that into the title somehow, then you know, your work's done, isn't it?
We'll find some way. My wife supposedly is documenting all of it, so we'll find out at the end what she.
Yeah. I mean, if we ever do this again, we must do a Brando off.
Ooh.
Yeah. And both produce a piece of work and see who can capture Marlon Brando.
You should do a Gallery 1988 in the U.S. here has. Do you know about Gallery 1988?
No.
It's a gallery that's out in L.A. and they do thematic shows that are built on like media and stuff. So they'll pick a year and make pieces that are related to that. Like movies and things of the sort. They do this year. They're doing one that I got to make a piece for later year. That's like a Star Trek themed show. And so a lot of people jump on that. And if you want to do a Marlon Brando off, that would be there's probably some movie that would fit the year that they're doing, and they would have it in their gallery. It's a well-known gallery.
I love that.
So,
I will look into that. Yeah, and I will
yeah.
pummel them with emails, pestering them to do a Marlon Brando based exhibition.
And I'll ask for a feet one, shoes and feet.
Marlon Brando's feet.
I'll be really good at that. And you deal with the head. I got the feet. Anyway, this has been lovely. Go get some rest, sleep in if you can.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
And I will be in touch. And if at any point you post what you did today, if you would tag me in it, so I can see it. Sure. And I'll do the same when I post this later down the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I've really enjoyed it, and like we were saying, to take yourself out of your comfort zone, which is what I've done tonight, is really valuable, and I've really enjoyed it.
Good.
So yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, holler if there's any updates on that kitchen. And
I shall let you know with photographic evidence. It'll be spectacular one day.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. What do I do now? Do I just walk off like I said I would?
Yeah.
All right. See you. Bye.
Okay. Now everybody, now that she's gone, it's time for the real gossip to start.
I'm only joking. Do I need to turn it off?
There should be an X on the screen that you hit that stops it.
Do you know what? I won't be able to figure this out, and I'm just going to be connected all night. Press the X.
Yep.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Matthew Berg, thank you on. I just realized I was thanking on behalf of Nicola, but so folks, I still have more to do on this. I'm going to keep going until I get it done. My guess is I probably have another hour somewhere in there to get this done, just to get to the level that I need. But I'm going to switch back down. What? Oh, before people go, well, next week I'm not here because it is Christmas, I believe, on Thursday. The week after is Christopher Thornock is going to be joining us. What? Oh, and then the week after that is Game and Doodle. So Christopher Thornock's going to be not next Thursday, but the following. So that should be the first week in January. And then the second week in January, we're doing Game and Doodle, which is we're going to have on Ruth Chan, Luke Flowers, and Kate Cosgrove. I could see her face in my head, and I was just blanking for a second. And that is a night where my wife hosts. She comes down here, and she dresses up and has a microphone and whatnot, and hosts the show. I am a participant. I don't know what games we're playing. They're all visual art games. And she is running it all. She has sent, in fact, well, she didn't send it. I sent it in the mail, but I don't even know what's in it. They're just packages I had to deliver to the artist to say, hey, here, use this. And we will open envelopes at the same time and reveal what we were actually drawing and the games that we're playing. So that will be on Thursday the 8th, I think, of January. I think the 1st. Is that right, Lauren? The 8th. So Christopher Thornock's on the 1st. There we go. Yes, Matthew Briggs, it's gonna be fun. And then there's more folks after that. You don't even know. I got to make the ads actually this week for January. I can't believe it's upon us. So in the meantime, I'm gonna switch back down. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put in the chat, ask me anything. And I'll put that in there. And I will pin that. There we go. And so feel free to ask me stuff. I'm going to keep rolling with this. Again, the sketch, and then the finished version here. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit on it so we can get a little bit of a better shot. There we go. And I'm just going to keep going. I got lots to do to it, so I said doo-doo. Actually, I said do to it, but it still sounded like doo-doo, so I'm going to go with that. I'm going to roll with the fact that it sounded like doo-doo. My wife liked it. She thought it was funny. She thought it was hilarious. Oh, I said doo-doo. She said doo-doo. We all said doo-doo. 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 Oh, I said doo-doo. Doo-doo in stereo. Doo-doo. If I time it out right, wasn't there a time where I did that, where I tried to time it out, where I would sing something down here and then upstairs? Like, if I start going, like, row, 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 your boat. Bort. What I said? Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. I got to do it a few times. I guess one time doesn't actually do it. I got to do it a few times, and then I can get in that like cycle of singing that. Okay. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. I don't want to get flagged by Instagram for singing someone else's song, Lauren. Imagine it's still copyrighted. They took down my video because I sang row, row, row your boat. I don't want that. I'm happy with this guy and the lockpick mama, Lauren. I mean, I said mama. Now everybody knows what I call you sometimes. Happy with this little mama. So what kind of questions do we have, people? Come on, ask me questions. Who's ready for the holidays? Oh, what did I get my wife for Christmas? Okay, what I got her was nothing. She don't deserve nothing. She gets jack squat. With all the attitude she throws my way on a daily basis, she gets nothing. Nothing. I'm waiting for people to chime in with what we should talk about. So, I will say this. Last night I watched a how-to on how to restring a racquetball racket. Because I just had a curiosity. I was like, I have to re-grip a racquetball racket, and I know everybody knows how to do that, right? No, so I looked it up. And then I know that people send their rackets in sometimes to get them restrung, and then on top of that, sometimes they get them, or re-gripped rather, but then they also get them restrung. And so I was like, I wonder what's involved in restringing a racquetball racket, because you have to have a certain tension on the racket. you can't just have any old, like, well, I just want it to be this tight, right? You have to make it the tension on the strings that you need, which is, I forget how many pounds of tension, because it's different for different types of sports and whatnot. And so I watched this video, and there was this big contraption this guy had. And I watched another one just to make sure, like, oh, is this legit, you know? And it was really fascinating, honestly, this contraption they had where you had to like wind the string around something, it would pull it tight, and you had to clamp it, and then you could go and do the next pass of the string, then you had to clamp it, and you had to wind it around. It was complicated, I'll say that much. And it's true, I will say that much, just in case anybody was worried. I'm willing to go there. But I found it cool to watch. And now I know how to string a racket. But I would never do it because you have to have this crazy machine to do it. I just never knew. And I know it's expensive to do, and I know that, you know, there's a whole industry built around it, but and I have to re-grip my racket. I know this is really exciting to everybody out there who's going like, man, he's I wonder what he's up to with his racquetball stuff. So I have to I have to re-grip this racket because I found it in my garage. I knew that I had one somewhere, but I wasn't sure, and so I went up and looked, and I found this racket that's like 20 years old. And so anybody that cares, it's like 100 and I think it's 190 gram weight with a 5 3/8 handle. You know, for those in the know, I'm over 45, so I need a heavier racket, which I found out about as a thing. And so I wanted to try it out and see how it managed. And I went to hold it, or I took it out, and as I was playing, the grip on it started to come apart in my hand, and it was like falling off the wraps that they had around it. And so I was like, oh, what do I got to do to fix that? And so I looked it up, and you can just buy these, like Python, which is a brand that does racquetball. They sell these rubber grips that you put on. So I watched this thing, and then once you know, the way to put it on is either with WD-40, which I never even thought about, because I think of WD-40 as like making stuff move, which I guess, you know, like it's like greasing a wheel kind of thing. But the other way to do it is with hairspray. And you know, the hairspray's wet, but then when it's done, it gets tacky and it helps it stick. And so, you know, me and my expertise asked my wife last night if we have any hairspray. And guess what? I want everybody to take a guess. Ready? Guess what? We do. We have hairspray in the house. I know you're going like, really? With your hair? And it's not even my hair. It's just we have hairspray. You know? And so I get to use that on a racquetball racket when I put the handle on, the grip on. Oh! For anybody watching this on a replay, you are in it right now. You're learning stuff. I went and practiced at the club the other day because there's a fellow friend here that I play racquetball with, and he has this deadly serve. It goes just right in the corner and it dies. And I'm trying to figure out how to solve it. And so I'm not, like, he keeps winning games because of that stupid serve. You can't predict it 100%. And so I'm trying to figure out how to give myself the best option to fight back. And so I was in there practicing, and man, I was killing that ball. A kill shot in racquetball, for anybody that wants to know. If I draw this right here, here's the front wall, right? And here's the floor. And your ball hits perfectly against both at the same time. boom, and then it comes out. And what happens is it hits that front wall, and I mean, it may not be perfectly, but it hits the front wall first, and then it just rolls or it bounces really weird because it's hitting at this awkward spot. Whereas if you hit the front wall, then it hits the ground and then bounces up. But if you can do that kill shot, it can really ruin someone's game pretty quickly. And I was doing kill shot after kill shot, and so I was like, man, I'm gonna smoke this guy next time. Now in reality, probably because I'm sitting there doing it without any anybody hitting back, or I'm not having to hit it at weird angles because it's me just sort of setting myself up. But I was doing a good job. I'm excited to see what happens when I get back on the court. This guy's going to be in for a lesson, man. And we lost a viewer. People just don't love racquetball talk, Lauren. You would think that would be like just a no-brainer that people would just tune in for. 90 Day Fiance talk. Can we talk about how Mike, Lauren? So we're watching 90 Day Fiance season 8, and on it is Mike and Natalie. Now let's and Jovi and Yara. And so Mike, total jerk. I'm gonna straight up say it right now. I don't even regret it. He's an asshole, right? And why is he an asshole? Because this dude cannot commit to anything. He's an absolute pain when it comes to committing to stuff. And so she's like gonna get kicked out of the country if she doesn't get an answer to whether he wants to marry or not. And I was thinking about it, Lauren. Can you imagine the two of them, specifically him, at night going, oh, we're going to go out to eat. Where do you want to go eat? And all he's going to do is just go, I don't know. That's going to be all he does, because that's all he ever does on the show is he just says, yeah. He's like, he absolutely wastes her time. And she's like about to get kicked out of the country. She's like, either marry me now or I go home. And he's like, well, I can't make that decision right now. And it's like, she literally needs to buy a ticket to go home if he does not want to get married. And he just hems and haws. And, I don't know where they end up 100%. We haven't watched the final thing, which I think this next episode, he's gonna do one or the other, marry or send her back home. But boy, oh boy, yeah, it's the 90th day. I mean, this is decision time, people. You think that, you're cutting it close to Christmas, getting gifts out right now? No, imagine Christmas Eve, you're at the post office, dropping them off, going, I hope they get there tomorrow. That's what this guy's doing. But it's with her. And she's not perfect either. But man, I do not like him. And then don't get me started on Jovi. Jovi, what a pain. Here's this guy who goes, hey, I want to get married. And he acts like a little idiot kid. She goes, hey, I don't want you to go out late tonight because we're leaving on a trip the next day or something of the sort. And he goes, okay, I'll only go out for a little bit. And she says, you can only go out on your this is a bachelor party. She goes, you can only go out for an hour and a half. And he goes, okay, how about 2 or 2.5? Or it ends up being 2.5. And then he ends up staying out for 4.5 hours, gets drunk. Like, come on, dude. You're not special, She could find someone better. I'm not saying she's a catcher either. She's got her own issues. Oh, Andrew. Oh, Andrew, let me tell you about Andrew, people. So Andrew is like, hey, you should come marry me in this country. And he tells his fiance that they should go. This is during COVID, during this season. He's like, you can go to Mexico and stay there and what do they call it? Quarantine, and then come into the country because she couldn't come directly from France. His fiance was from France, and so she comes to Mexico, and she ends up being in detention. And immigration grabs her, and she can't get in the country. And what does he do to solve it? He goes, he was down in Mexico to meet her there and stay through quarantine. So what does he do? Oh, go jet skiing. And then, what else? Oh, let's have a nice meal at the cabana, whatever. And then call her and be like, oh, I heard you had a rough time. And here he is just chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, having a good day outside by the pool kind of situation. And that's not fair either, And so then she's all like, I don't even know if this is going to work out. And how come you weren't there and whatnot? And then he's like, well, don't you love me? Because if you love me, this wouldn't matter and you'd be here. And, oh, come on. Okay, next up. Oh, Stephanie and Zayed. Zayed? Cool guy. Oh, wait. Which one's Stephanie? Oh, Stephanie. Stephanie from Grand Rapids. Sorry, who am I thinking? Oh, Rebecca. That's what I was thinking. So Stephanie from Grand Rapids. Let's get into it, people. So Stephanie from Grand Rapids. She's, 52. And her fiance is this guy, Ryan. And Ryan is 27 and lives in Belize. And she buys him like $3,000 watches and stuff and sends it to him. Not only that, but get a load of this, everybody. He didn't have a job, and so she paid her friend who lives in Belize and has a hotel to hire Ryan to work at the hotel, and he doesn't even know that he's hired because she asked for him to be hired, and she pays his salary. And he's all like, yeah, I'm working here and whatnot. And she's the one who's actually paying for him to work there. So she's basically paying for her boyfriend to do work, or her fiance or whatever it is. And then she's spending, I think she said upwards of like $3,000 or more a month for this dude. She goes down there to Belize, and then they have this big breakup fight because she slept with his cousin, Harris. Now, is Harris cool? No, not really. He's got problems too. But, it's Harris. Like, dreamboat. So anyways, then they have this big breakup. And then Stephanie all of a sudden says, I'm done with Ryan. I'm going to fall in love with Harris, who before was just an affair. But now all of a sudden she wants to marry Harris after, I think it was 2 days total that she spent with him. And all of a sudden he's talking about like, I love you. I want to go to America and I want to be, I'll treat you right and all this stuff. And it's like, you literally just showed up one night because she needed someone to cry on their shoulder. Now all of a sudden she's like, he's the man I really needed to be with. He's, the perfect man for me, etc., etc. And yeah, she's just like, I just want to marry someone is basically what it comes down to. And then she has a bad accent, and she gets drunk on cheap wine all the time. Yeah, it's amazing to watch. I'm not arguing that. Oh man, it is a hot mess. Okay, now we're going to talk Rebecca and Zaid. Zaid, cool guy from Ziad from Tunisia. Super cool. We only have 3 viewers right now, Lauren. I'm pretty sure one of them is you at least, and one of them is me. Now it's down to 2. There's nobody watching. It's just us. So I'm going to go off on Ziad and Rebecca. So Rebecca, who's 49. Rebecca meets this guy in Tunisia, Ziad, and Ziad's 20 something. He's young, whatever it is. And she's all like, "Hey, we should get married or whatever." And she comes home and her family's all like, "Oh, I can't believe you did this again." And everybody's like, "What? Again?" Because she married some other dude from Morocco who was like half her age as well. And then they divorced because he just wanted his green card in the States. And so everybody's like, that's suspicious. But then also, you know what? She's been married 4 times before. And so like, I thought, 3 times before. This would be her 4th, right? Oh, sorry, I got it wrong. 3 times before. And so Ziad gets the next, he's next up to bat, and he's cool though. Like he's a little laid back, maybe a little too much, but he's always saying excellent, and like this is excellent. And so you don't really know, but her whole family is worried because last time she got sort of screwed over in the marriage, and their family's all worried that she's just fallen into the same trap. She's gonna marry Ziad, and he's gonna give up on it. Oh, we gained a person back. I don't know who it is. Oh, 4 people now. 4 people are here for 90-day fiance talk. Yeah. So everybody stay with us because we're in 90-day fiance talk land, whatever that is. And so they, there's all sorts of issues. He wants to be married before Ramadan. People are like, well, that's not a thing. And some people are like, that is a thing. And he wants to play Xbox and stuff. And she bought him a gaming console at some store. And she's always dropping like, oh, my fiance isn't here yet. I'm getting this for him. My fiance this, my fiance that. And yet she's buying this gaming system, and she shows a picture of her fiance to the person that's working behind the counter. And she's like, isn't he cute? And the girl that's working there just kind of goes, yeah, interesting or something. She didn't fall into the like, oh yeah, she's on her bed. He's on her bedspread. He's on her t-shirt. They all seem to have photos of their fiancés everywhere. And I'm trying to think who else. Oh, we got Brandon and Julia. And Brandon is a wet noodle. He doesn't stand up to his parents. His mom wants to marry him, basically. She's like up their butts constantly. Like, oh, I don't want this. And she's upset because they wanted to get married on Mother's Day. And she's like, oh, but that's Mother's Day. You can't do that. It's like, why can't they? Who is she? Like, every mother out there is like, you know what? Your marriage is less important than a day where I get breakfast in bed. That's basically like, oh, I get pancakes in bed. Guess what? And maybe some flowers. That's more important than your marriage. That's what she's saying. And get a load of this. His mother, swinger. Likes to sit in a hot tub with no clothes on. Right? And yet she gets all up in his face because they might have which they didn't, but they might have gone in the hot tub. Brandon and Julia might have gotten in the hot tub with clothes on, and that makes it cloudy. And then he left a little flap of the hot tub lid just hanging over, like it got tucked under, and she pulled them aside and was like, "What's wrong with you guys? This is a hot tub. It deserves some respect." And then she like yelled at him and whatnot. They wouldn't even let this dude who's going to get married to this Julia lady stay in the same room in their house. They're like, "No, you're not allowed to stay in the same room. You're going to get married in like 4 weeks or whatever it was. But you know what? You're not allowed to stay in the same room." Now, if they want to doink wherever they want, they can. But for some reason, staying in the same bed at that point in time was a bad idea. And so it's crazy. And then his grandfather is all like, "Yeah, you two are cool and your parents are idiots." And he was right. His grandfather was cool. Now, Brandon's an absolute, like I said, wet noodle because he doesn't stand up to his parents when they start saying, "Well, that's Mother's Day." And he's like, looks at his fiance and goes, "Well, that's right. It is Mother's Day." And it's like, you idiot. You say to you can look at your wife and go, or future wife and go, "You know what? You're less important to me than my mother. And not my mother's birthday, not my birthday, not something, but literally just Mother's Day." And it's like, I'm not saying Mother's Day is a bad day. Like, it's cool to cherish your mother on that day, etc. But come on. Come on. Okay, then we got Tariq and Hazel. Okay, now here's the story. Tariq, he likes women from Thailand. His fiance is from the Philippines. They are going to get married, but guess what? His fiance, she likes ladies too, and she wants to have a girlfriend in America. She says, "Ooh, I want a throuple." And the problem is, Tariq is still talking to a girlfriend that he had with her back when they were in the Philippines, named Minty. But here's the worst part of the whole thing. Get a load of this. He doesn't say Minty. He says Minnie. He can't even say the name right. It's awful. And so he's constantly talking about Minnie. And even she, who, doesn't have perfect English or anything of the sort, can say Minty. And so it's like, what? And so they get into fights all the time about Minty. And it ends up that they're like, "Oh, we're going to look for a girlfriend here." And they end up calling Minty his idea. He goes, "Oh, you know what we should do? Talk to this girl that you don't like because we had problems before with her. And let's talk about our love life with her and how we can be better and find a girlfriend here in the States." And of course, you know how that plays out. Trouble's a brewing, right? And so Minty sits there on the phone and is like, "Hey, I could still be your girlfriend." Like, don't you even know what they're calling about? Don't you know that this caused problems before? Minty is like there to cause havoc and create problems for their marriage. Now, I'm not saying that, their marriage is perfect. In fact, I think it's doomed from the start. But Minty doesn't need to get involved like that. Don't say that. No, there's a place and a time, and this ain't it. And so they end up searching around and whatnot, and she's upset because her parents aren't going to be there. Almost all of them are upset their parents aren't going to be there. And we watched all this go down, and then, we're on like the last episode. We know the second to last episode, we found out about some people who are getting married and who aren't getting married and things of the sort. But we're going to find out the finals. We're down to the quarterfinals, or the semifinals. But it is a mess, and my wife and I are watching it, and there's like 80 episodes per season or something like that, it feels like. And we're going to watch more. But if you ever get a chance, I'm just saying, it's not a bad show. It's not a great show. It's trash. But I have a feeling we'll be watching other seasons of it. What? We lost a viewer again? We lost all of them again? People are just not into the 90 Day Fiancé talk. This is for you, Lauren, not for them. Those people who don't get it, who aren't into 90 Day Fiancé, are either one of two things: traitors to this country, or the devil. And I don't know which one they are. They make that choice. But it's one of those two things. And now I'm out of energy. Matthew Berg's eating it up. I hear it. I hear it. Oh, yeah. Now we're down to one. Is that just me? Does that mean you're not even viewing? Okay. I'm trying to think what else there is in that 90 Day Fiancé. Here's the thing. Here's if you're gonna get married in the United States and you're from another country, here's my suggestion. Figure out if you're actually gonna marry the person before you come over here. You don't need to make that decision on the fly. Matthew, I'm still here. Looks around. Yeah. Secretly. Ooh, Matthew Bergs likes 90 Day Fiancé. Your secret is not safe with me. But it's a fun show. Watch it. Enjoy it. If you don't like it, blame Mike because he's an asshole. I'm trying to think if there's any other jerks in the bunch. I mean, they're all kind of jerks. You know the one truth you learn from it? There are good rugs and there are bad rugs. That's a universal truth you will learn if you watch 90 Day Fiancé. Okay, how much time do I got left? I don't know how much time left. Let's draw in. I want this one because I think this will be dark. Yeah, that'll be dark enough. But I can't get it sharp. Sharp! Let me get it sharp. There we go. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw in. the door here. I'm going to draw in the bulletin board. And then on this, there's that. I'm drawing some stuff tacked in up here. I'm going to draw in some color on this. We're getting to the end of this. We are getting to the end of it here. Let's see. I need to write Sweet Safe on here. I was going to put a piece of paper, if I can, on that desk that has a little recipe on it. Sugar, corn syrup, things of the sort. It just sort of sits right here like this. Boop. And then these might say like wanted on it. And then that may be it for the night. We'll see. Let me get a few little odds and ends out here. Did I forget anybody that's on that show, Lauren? Did I forget anybody that's on that show? Did I forget anybody that's on that show? What do you mean, what show? Okay. She says, what show? Tariq and Hazel. You know what Hazel likes? When it be clapping. That's what Hazel likes. Hazel's a nasty girl. What? Yeah. She doesn't have any reaction, but when the booty be slapping, she lights up. This is where Nicola's going to watch this later and be like, what just happened? Why did I leave? Should have a guest on at some point who has like the most serious work possible. And then the first questions I ask are like, so when a booty be slapping, do you be clapping? Did you take notes, Lauren? No notes at all, or a few moments? Okay.
think an embarrassment of peanut butter or gherkin.
How do you spell shopping? Here, I'll do this one with you. Okay, let's see. Is that even visible? That's hard to see. Maybe I have to do it a different way. Okay, let me get... All I gotta do is a little... I gotta do a little not megaphone, what's that called? Stethoscope. My wife says I can tell you about our doggy photo shoot today. She's given me permission. We did a photo shoot. My dog's dressed up in holiday gear because she likes to dress up the dogs. Because she's crazy. The dogs put up with it barely. Barely. Okay, I have to figure out what color I'm going to make the stethoscope thing. I think it probably has to be black. I just don't know any other color that's going to do it justice. Hopefully this doesn't cut me off. I think I'll be able to go until about 10:30. And I'm almost there anyway, so that's how much time I have. So I got about 8 minutes. Okay, so I got about 8 minutes. I'm close. Okay, let's see. That. Let's need some little. Tick marks around that. Let's get something along that lines. Okay. The last thing I need to do, I think, is just put down some words on this that say stuff like what goes into candy. So let's see. Here, I'll make this a little thicker at that transition. I'm going to dry it so I don't make a mess. Oh, and then I got to do the words on it. Let me get that in there. I'll do that. Then I'm going to do hold on. I'm trying to. Let's see. Let's see. 1.5. Let's do quartz, honey, and then I'm going to put a line like that and just say mix. Okay. Last thing is putting the words candy safe here, and then I'll be done. Candy and candy safe. Okay, there's that, and then I need a little touch on the floor here, which is that the color? I think it was. For that. Transition, transition, transition colors, transition lenses at the starting line. Secretly bumping at that point in time. Let me see if I can get that color real quick. definitely maneuver. Okay. There's only one other little touch I want to do, which is I'm going to define that knee a little better. How do we feel about it, Lauren? Does it look good? What? They definitely maneuver. Okay, I'm just going to clean up. I'll get this on a board so we can look at it all nice and clean. That'll be it for the night. For the night. Ooh, ooh. Ooh.